happen.
And when I am
We'll call the City Council meeting to order. City Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson.
Present.
Councilmember Kaji is absent. Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator. 14C, conference with labor negotiator. 14D, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. And 14E, public employee performance evaluation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54956D1, 54956.8, 54957.6, 54957, and 54957B1. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Chevy, give me a... Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the Toyota Meeting Hall, along with everyone watching remotely. Moving on to the flag salute and invocation, we honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please all rise, and Councilman Sheikh will lead us in a flag salute, and Councilman Gerson and the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Please put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There we go. Let me begin by saying thank you for this opportunity for all of us here to serve our community. As we gather in the Torrance Meeting Hall, Toyota Meeting Hall, it's a unique venue for all of us, and I look and first I see two mayors, our former two mayors, sitting together as friends, and a room full of people who want to do more community service as commissioners for our great city, and for those of us sitting here who have also chosen to serve our city as council members and directors. And so we ask for wisdom and patience, the ability to listen to those we serve, to make good decisions, and to always be empathetic and keep in mind the people who we serve, and with respect to the staff that assist us in serving them. In your name, thank you. Amen.
Thank you both. Moving on to item 3. I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kaji's absent. Councilmember Kalani? Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements.
Your Honor, I have...
May I go back to item 4?
Yes.
Announcement withdrawn, deferred, and supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 20, City Manager. We have supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications, and item 9E, from City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney to adopt resolution calling 2024 special municipal election on November 5th, 2024, regarding amendments to the city charter. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. The City of Torrance is committed to reducing paper wastes. Beginning today, printed copies of city council agenda materials will be limited to master binder copies only. These copies will be available at the city clerk's office and at the back of the meeting room for public inspection. However, you can easily access the electronic version of the agenda materials at torranceca.gov/council meetings. Next item, TUSD School Supply Drive. The City Social Service Commission Annual Back-to-School Supply Drive is currently underway. Donations are accepted through July 25th. The drive will benefit Torrance Unified School District students who are experiencing homelessness or in foster care. Donation boxes can be found at the following locations: Torrance City Hall Lobby, Community Development Permit Center, Katie Geiser Civic Center Library. The Commission is seeking donations of new supplies such as backpacks, lunch bags, crayons, scissors, mechanical pencils, binders, socks, markers, calculators, and hair products. The full list of requested items is available at torranceca.gov/help others. Anyone with questions can call 310-618-5880 or email social services, this is all one string, Social Services Commission @torranceca.gov. Thank you. I think I have one more. This is the introduction of our Sister City Students Culture Exchange Program. I think I see them in the Since 1973, City of Torrance has enjoyed a tremendous relationship with our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan. One goal of the Sister City program is to provide citizens in both countries an opportunity to discover each other's similarities and differences, in addition to promoting international friendship. The Torrance Sister City Association continues to help the city realize this goal by providing activities that foster understanding and respect for cultural diversity. Among the activities, the Students' Cultural Exchange Program, which was introduced in 1974. This exceptional program affords students in Torrance the opportunity to travel to Kashiwa, Japan for 3 weeks each summer to learn firsthand about the culture and customs of Japan. Subsequently, Kashiwa students visit Torrance for 3 weeks in the summer to learn more about life here in the United States, more particularly in the city of Torrance. It is now my pleasure to invite the Torrance Sister City Association President, Karen Wheeler, to share more about the exchange program and then introduce the delegation's adult leader, who in turn will introduce this year's exchange students. Karen?
Good evening, Mayor Chen and members of the City Council. Thank you for making time for us on your busy calendar to send off our student ambassadors to represent Torrance in Kashiwa, Japan. Thank you also, in a larger sense, for 50 years of support and collaboration with the city in making our student exchange program a success for our students and for our community. I'm pleased to introduce to you the adult leader of this delegation. In her day job, she works with the Torrance Unified School District, but with us, on her own time, she has been vetted, oriented, trained, and prepared to accompany our students and help them put their best foot forward in Japan. She is diligent, capable, and we are absolutely convinced that if she leaves Torrance with 8 students next week, they will all return safe and sound 3 weeks later. She's not going to lose anybody along the way. Without further ado, here is Mallory Beard.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Mallory Beard. Karen, thank you so much for that introduction. I'm definitely so proud to be the adult leader for this year. And, you know, while I have some nerves, I'm definitely so excited to accompany these students because the trip is definitely about them. So, without further ado, I'm happy to introduce all of our delegates. Can we have our first one stand up? Maria Natsity. She is from Bishop Montgomery. Maria, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, as Mallory said, I'm Maria Nadsity and I attend Bishop Montgomery High School. I'm so excited to go to Kashiwa and establish lifelong friendships over the course of this trip. Thank you.
Our next delegate is Kira Nakamoto. She's from South High School.
Hello, my name is Kira Nakamoto, as previously stated. I'm from South High School, and I'm very excited to go on this trip to indulge in the culture and food and get to know my host families. Thank you.
When we have the students, just please come up on the side here and face the audience so they all can see them. The first two, just remain standing, because I see that you're going to be coming up here anyway. Just right up here, yes.
Thank you so much. Our next student is Anoop Guman. She's from Torrance High School.
Hello, my name is Noop Guman. I'm going to be a junior at Torrance High. I'm really excited for this trip. I'm most looking forward to experiencing Japanese culture firsthand and to making a lifelong bond with my host family. Thank you.
Thank you, Anoop. Our next student delegate is Mia Segovia.
Hi, I'm Mia Segovia. I attend Torrance High School, and I'm looking forward to making new and stronger relationships with the people in my group and the people that I'll be meeting in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Our next student delegate is Jordan Kistler. He's from Redondo Union High School.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jordan Kistler. I'm from Redondo Union, as stated, and I'm most excited to meet my host family and build a lifelong friendship with them. Thank you.
Our next student delegate is John Milo Ernst. He's a graduate of South High School. John Milo.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council. My name is John Milo Ernst. I recently graduated from South High School, and I'm very excited to see how City Council works in the city of Kashiwa. Thank you.
Pardon me, everybody. Our next student delegate is Colin Welsh. He's at West High School.
Hello, I'm Colin Welsh. I'm a senior at West High School, and I will be really excited to be able to spend time to get to know my host family and get to practice Japanese with them, since that's something that we don't get to do as much here. Obviously, we're speaking English right now, so yeah, that'll be a really great experience. So yeah, thank you.
And last but not least, we have Aiden Reynolds. He is at Bishop Montgomery High School. Aiden?
Hello, my name is Aiden Reynolds, and I go to Bishop Montgomery High School. I'm really looking forward to spending these next 3 weeks getting to know my host families and seeing all the beautiful sights that Japan has to offer.
Is that it, Mallory? All right, so thank you on behalf of my colleagues on the Torrance City Council. Please know that we are very proud of all of you, and we have confidence that each of you will represent our city well when you travel to Kashiwa this summer. I know your trip is going to be both fun and educational, and you will make memories that will last a lifetime. Now, please join me in a final round of applause for this wonderful group, and then we're going to take a picture. It says at the podium, but I think we're going to just do it right here because the podium will be blocking it, okay?
Careful of the cords.
right, thank you, students. Once again, Mallory, you guys, the same number goes out, the same number comes back. Okay, next item, I believe Councilman Shake, you have a announcement or a
Concurrence request. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask for concurrence from my colleagues on the City Council to request staff to explore options to change the current city commissioner compensation and find out what would be required to increase that amount. Do I have council concurrence?
Okay, that's 5, so you got concurrence. All right. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. With the concurrence of my fellow council members, I would like to direct our city attorney to review our municipal code to see what amendments we need to do after the U.S. Supreme Court's decision of the City of Grants Pass case. Do I have concurrence? This is regarding, by the way, the homeless plan.
That's a 5-1, so you got concurrence. I think you have one more.
I do. The, is this working? Yeah, it's on. The Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee met on Monday, June 24th, 2024, for an after-action meeting to discuss the recent 62nd Annual Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Staff shared their successes and challenges with the 3-day event honoring and thanking our nation's service members. Staff provided an overview of each of the events planned, which included a military welcome mixer with senior ranking military officials, also a military exhibit, a luncheon, the parade, of course, flyovers, and the dignitary dinner. Staff expressed appreciation for all that collaborated amongst all the city departments to ensure another successful event. They plan to work on improving any efficiency gaps from this year and improve ways to operate to ensure everyone continues to enjoy this tradition. Official meeting minutes and staff report will be available at a future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And our Fire Chief DeMay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System tomorrow, Wednesday, July 3rd at 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, social media sites, and through the Torrance Alert system. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate, turn your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all-clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding the Torrance community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is the Torrance Emergency Notification and Warning System. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage, www.torranceca.gov/Torrance Alerts. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to community matters, item 6A from the city clerk. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. It's the recommendation that City Council take action to fill vacancies on various commissions by appointing qualified applicants. All applicants have been verified as registered voters of the City of Torrance who have completed commission certification training, and if a current seated commissioner, completion of ethics AB 1234 training, and supervisory harassment prevention training. The appointment process will be as follows. Applicants in attendance will be asked to stand up or wave as their name is called. Members of the public will then have an opportunity to come to the microphone and will have 1 minute to speak. Mayor will call for nominations from the City Council. If a council member wishes to nominate, raise your hand and the mayor will acknowledge you. Council members may nominate one applicant. Once an applicant has been nominated, they do not need to be nominated a second time. Council members may also choose to concur with an applicant that has already been nominated or remain silent. Council members may choose not to nominate an applicant if their applicant has been nominated already. The nomination process should narrow the field of applicants for voting purposes. After nominations are closed, Mayor will request a roll call vote. Council members will clearly state the name of the candidate they are voting for. To be appointed, the applicant must receive a majority of votes from the City Council per Council Rules of Order Section 4.8, and that's a vote of 4. If there are 2 different term dates, the candidate or applicant with the highest number of votes will be appointed to the longer term of office. If there is a tie, a coin toss may be used to determine the terms. The mayor will be using the mayor's coin for the toss. I now turn the process, Mayor, may I call their names?
Sure.
Okay. Nita Ahmed had expressed she was unable to attend. Deborah Bickford. Dominic Borgiali. Andre Cabrera. Pascal Cardozo. Indrani Chatterjee had indicated she was unable to attend. Teresa Fury. Michael Gibson. Donald Hammond. Cinda Herring had indicated she was unable to attend. Eugene KRC. Laura Lonis. Shamindra Mambahal. Ehsan Mazanani. William Nichols had indicated he was unable to attend. Mario Obejas. Sasha O'Hara. Benjamin Perdue. Karen Pryor. Isabel Schwartz. Cindy Scotto. Carolyn Schneider indicated she was unable to attend. Dr. John Stecker. Mary Frances Trevelli. Megan Turner and Melissa Wright indicated they were unable to attend tonight. Fong Zhang. And that completes the applicants, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now designate up to 10 minutes for members of the public to comment. City Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak prior to the start of the meeting?
Not for this item, Your Honor.
Okay. Does anyone from the public wish to speak?
Hello, this is Andy Porchop. I would like to speak on Teresa Fury. In the same room, on a public meeting, she flipped me off. She is very vulgar. And then the other meeting at the Marriott, when they were promoting their stupid organization, she told me, I don't have to tell you one fucking thing. And she also flipped me off. And Pat Fury says, that's her husband here, he said, I'm an asshole. So they managed to say fuck, shit, and asshole in the same sentence. And hope you vote for the bitch, because I'm gonna attend every meeting and repeat the same story for the people, and I'm gonna re-upload my videos so people can see this, who even apply with this kind of things, okay? Because I'm not gonna apply, but she does. Flipping the bird for citizens and saying, fuck you, fuck, and this guy said,
Your time is up, sir.
thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I'll try to use better language. Good evening. My My public comment appears on pages 4 through 12 of the public comment.
Excuse me, sir, just want to make sure. This is public comment for the commission appointment. This is not oral communications one. You look like you're about to do oral communications one.
Yeah, that's my.
Okay, it will come. It will come, sir. Anyone else who wants to comment on commission appointments? All right. I will now take nominations from the city council, and we'll start off. The first one would be the planning commission. Applicants do not need to be nominated more than once. So if you want to make a nomination, please raise your hand. Councilwoman Kalani?
Megan Turner.
Anyone else who wants to make a nomination? We have Councilman Matucci.
Dominic Borjali.
Councilman Sheikh.
Mr. Mario Obejas.
Councilman Gerson.
Andres Cabrera.
I will nominate William Nichols. Any other nominations? So this is how we'll proceed. City clerk will make a roll call, and each council member will say 3 names, up to 3 names. You don't have to, just up to 3 names.
Councilmember Gerson.
Megan Turner. Andres Cabrera. Mario Obejas.
Councilmember Kalani.
Megan Turner. Dominique Borgiali. Mario Obejas.
Councilmember Lewis.
Megan Turner. Andres Cabrera. Mario Obejas.
Councilmember Matucci.
Megan Turner, William Nichols, and Dominic Borjali.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Megan Turner, Dominic Borgelli, and Mario Obejas.
Mayor Chen.
Megan Turner, William Nichols, Andres Cabrera.
Okay, Your Honor. I have Megan Turner with 6 votes, Mario Obejas with 4 votes, and Dominic Borgiali and Andres Cabrera each with 3 votes in a tie.
Okay. So we'll do a tiebreaker.
Yes.
We'll go 1 round. Each person give 1 name.
Yes, so the names you'll be picking from are between Dominic Borgiali and Andres Cabrera. Councilmember Kalani.
Dominique Borgiali.
Councilmember Lewis.
Dominique Borgiali.
Councilmember Matucci.
Dominic Borjali.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Dominic Borgelli.
Councilmember Gerson.
I think we're already decided. Keep going. Cabrera.
Mayor Chen.
Andre Cabrera.
Your Honor, Dominic Borgiali received 4 votes. So the terms of office will be Megan Turner and Mario Obejas will get the 2 appointments, or 1 appointment each, that ends 6/30/28. And Dominic Borgiali will get the appointment that expires 6/30/2025 and will be eligible to apply for additional term.
The next one is the Civil Service Commission. We'll start again with nominations from the City Council.
Hold on one moment, Your Honor, I'm
Okay.
updating the grid.
All right, I'll just wait till you look up.
Okay, Your Honor, for civil service, you will be picking 2, I'm sorry, you'll be nominating.
I was just giving everybody a chance to update their sheets here. All right. Civil Service nomination, Councilwoman Kalani.
Ms. Herring.
Councilman Shake.
Laura Lawrence.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Pass.
Councilman Gerson.
Sasha O'Hara.
Any more nominations? I nominate Melissa Wright.
Okay, you'll each vote for 2. Councilmember Lewis,
Cinda Herring, Laura Lunas.
Councilmember, sorry, my computer's going crazy here. Let me get this done. Councilmember Matucci,
Cinda and Laura.
Councilmember Shake,
Cinda Herring and Laura Lawrence.
Councilmember Gerson,
Herring and O'Hara.
Councilmember Kalani,
Ms. Herring, Ms. Lonis.
I'm sorry, Ms. Herring and
Ms. Lonis.
Ms. Lonis. Okay. Mayor Chen,
Herring and Wright.
okay, Your Honor, I have Cinda Herring with 6 votes, Laura Lonis with 4 votes, Sasha O'Hara and Melissa Wright with 1 vote. So the 2 that are appointed are Cinda Herring and Laura Lonis, both to a term ending 6/30/2028.
Okay. I'll pause a little bit before we go to the next one.
Okay, Your Honor.
Next is Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission. May I have nominations, please? Councilwoman Lewis.
Eugene Crick.
Councilman Shake.
Nida Ahmad.
Any other nominations?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The people that were nominated were Nida
Nida.
Ahmed and Eugene.
I believe it's, she pronounced it Crick.
I would like to nominate, please, Feng Zhang.
Any more nominations? I don't see any, so we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. Again, you're voting for 2. Councilmember Matucci,
Nida Ahmed and Feng Zhang.
Councilmember Shake,
Nida Ahmed and Feng Zhang.
Councilmember Gerson,
Eugene Kirch Feng Zhang.
Councilmember Kalani.
Nita Ahmed and Feng Zhang.
Councilmember Lewis.
Ahmed and Crick.
Mayor Chen.
Eugene Kirch and Fang Zhang.
Your Honor, I have 4 votes for Nita Ahmed and 5 votes for, I thought he said it was Fong Zhang. So Mr. Zhang will get the term ending in 6/30/28, and Ms. Ahmed will get the term ending in 6/30/27. Your Honor, I'm ready when you
Okay.
are.
And now we'll take a nominations for Historic Preservation Commission. Councilwoman Lewis.
Mary Frances Torelli.
Can we just move for a unanimous vote since there's one applicant?
I was going to allow someone else to nominate someone who may have it as their additional choice. Then we'll do the vote, yeah, just in case.
There were no more applications that asked for this commission.
Okay. All right, then let's go. Councilman Matucci asked for a unanimous vote.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. This is for a unanimous vote for Mary Frances Trevely. Councilmember Shake.
Yes.
Councilmember Gerson.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Mayor Chen.
Yes.
Your Honor, Ms. Trevely has been appointed to the term ending 6/30/2028. There is still a vacancy for the term ending in 2025.
Are we ready? Okay. And now we're moving on to Commission on Aging. I will accept nominations. Councilman Shake.
Ms. Carolyn Snyder.
Move to unanimous vote.
Move for
Can I ask
unanimous
Okay.
vote.
Move for unanimous vote.
Okay.
Okay. This is for a motion for a unanimous vote. Councilmember Gerson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Councilmember Shake.
Yes.
Mayor Chen.
Yes.
Ms. Snyder is appointed to a term ending 6/30/2028, and there is still one vacancy for a term ending in 2028.
All right. We're moving on to the Cultural Arts Commission. I will now take nominations. Councilwoman Kalani.
Ms. Pascal Cardozo. Apologize if I mispronounced that.
Councilman Shake.
Sasha O'Hara.
Councilwoman Lewis.
John Steckler.
Do you have any other nominations?
Councilmember Gerson.
Oh, I didn't see. Councilman Gerson.
Not a nomination, just a disappointment that I can't nominate Ms. Ahmed because she's already been taken.
Did Andres Cabrera get appointed yet?
No.
Okay, I nominate Andre Cabrera. All right, City Clerk, ready for a roll call vote?
Yes, Your Honor. You'll be voting for 2. Councilmember Kalani.
Ms. Cardozo and Mr. Cabrera.
Councilmember Lewis,
O'Hara and Cardozo.
Councilmember Matucci,
Cabrera, Cardozo.
Councilmember Shake,
Sasha O'Hara and Dr. John Stecker.
Councilmember Gerson,
He was.
Andres Cabrera, Sasha O'Hara.
Mayor Chen.
Andre Cabrera and Sasha O'Hara.
Your Honor, I have Andres Cabrera with 4 votes and Sasha O'Hara with 4 votes. Both will be having a term ending 6/30/2028.
Everybody's updating their sheets.
Trying.
Yep.
Are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to point out that for the Library Commission, 2 of the applicants have already been appointed to other commissions, so the only remaining applicant is Indrani Chatterjee.
Okay. So, well,
Move for unanimous? Okay, there you go.
I'd like to get a nomination first, maybe. Okay, Councilwoman Lewis.
I nominate Indrani Chatterjee.
All right. And now we're gonna go with the unanimous vote?
Let's go.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Councilmember Shake,
Yes.
Councilmember Gerson,
Aye.
Mayor Chen.
Yes.
Your Honor, Ms. Chatterjee will be appointed to the term ending 6/30/2028. And there will be 1 vacancy still open that ends in 2026.
Okay. So just to clarify for the public, so the next time we do this appointment would be next year?
That is up to your honorable
Okay.
body. If you request an additional appointments, you can request me to bring back appointments at any time during the year.
But not having a completely filled commission, the commission still can operate though?
Yes.
Right, okay. Let's see, which one? Library, we're on Social Service Commission, I believe. And now I'll accept nominations for Social Service Commission. Councilman Shake,
Ms. Teresa Fury.
Councilwoman Lewis,
Karen Pryor.
Please.
Councilwoman Kalani,
Ms. Brickford.
Councilman Matucci,
Melissa Wright.
Councilman Gerson,
Benjamin Perdue.
I think everybody got nominated, so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's take a roll
There
call
are
vote.
4 appointments for this
Understand.
commission.
Let's do a roll call vote.
So you'll be voting for 4. Councilmember Lewis,
I'm going to go top down. Miss Bickford, Fury, Pryor, Wright.
Councilmember Matucci,
Bickford, Purdue, Pryor, Wright.
Councilmember Shake,
Bickford, Fury, Pryor, and Wright.
Councilmember Gerson,
Bickford, Fury, Purdue, Pryor.
Councilmember Kalani,
Bickford, Fury, Purdue, Wright.
Mayor Chen.
Bickford, Purdue, Pryor, and Wright.
Your Honor, I have Deborah Bickford and Melissa Wright with 6 votes. So they'll be appointed to the term ending 6/30/2028. And there's a 3-way tie, if my votes are right, the 3-way tie between Teresa Fury, Benjamin Purdue, and Karen Pryor.
Can we double check? Is that really a 3-way tie?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, I have Pryor with 5.
You have Pryor with 5?
Anyone, just want to double check with set staff.
Okay.
I have Pryor with 5 as well.
Okay. I would have to go back through. I didn't write your names, I did sticks. I did check marks.
Raise your hand if you voted.
Okay.
Okay.
Who voted for Karen Pryor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And who voted for Benjamin Purdue? That's 4. And who voted for Teresa Fury? 3, 4. I have 4, and, okay, 5. So Karen Pryor would get the term ending in 6/30/2027. And there's a 2-way tie between Teresa Fury and Benjamin Purdue.
So we'll take,
Can I change my vote?
It'd have to be a motion for reconsideration.
Can they just do, since it's a tie, they could just do a whole new vote?
They could vote on those two, or they could reconsider their vote.
did you want to do the tiebreaker at the end, or do you want to change your last vote?
You can do the tiebreaker at the end.
Okay. We'll do the tiebreaker, which is just 1 vote each person.
Yes, so it would be 1 vote. Councilmember Matucci,
Purdue.
Councilmember Shake,
Fury?
Councilmember Gerson,
Fury.
Councilmember Kalani,
Fury.
Councilmember Lewis,
Fury.
Mayor Chen.
Purdue.
I have Ms. Fury with 4 votes and Mr. Purdue with 2. So Ms. Fury would get the term, and she has 4 votes, so she'll get the term ending in 6/30/2025 and will be eligible to reapply.
So it's Bickford. Pryor,
Bickford, Fury, Pryor, and Wright.
Okay. Everybody update their list. Are you ready? Okay, moving on to Traffic Commission. I will now take nominations. Councilman Shake.
Isabel Schwartz?
Councilman Matucci.
Nickel.
Do we have any other nominations?
There's nobody left. There were no more applicants that applied for this. There's two applicants and 2 appointments.
Yeah, I think I was saying earlier, some folks may want to be open to a nomination. Okay, now we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Shake,
Ms. Schwartz and Nichols?
it's for unanimous ballot.
It's a yes,
Okay.
yes.
Councilmember Gerson,
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
No.
Mayor Chen.
No.
Your Honor, that passes 4-2.
Okay. So we removed Nichols.
So William Nichols and Isabel Schwartz both will receive a term on traffic for, ending in 6/30/2028.
Moving on to Water Commission. I open up for nomination.
Mayor,
Please.
prior to, can we do an availability of candidates check?
I think Councilwoman Lewis asked who's remaining for appointments.
So, on the Water Commission, Isan Mazzanani and Dr. John Stecker
We take unanimous vote.
Are the only ones remaining to be?
are the only ones remaining on that
nominated.
list.
All right. Councilwoman Lewis?
I nominate Mr. John Steckley. Sir.
Councilwoman Kalani?
Mr. Mazzanani.
All right. We got 2 nominations. You guys want to go for a unanimous vote?
Move to unanimous vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Mazzanani and Dr. Stecker both get appointments on Water Commission expiring 6/30/2028.
Moving on to Airport Commission, I believe there's only one person
There's only
remaining,
one candidate
just
left, Donald Hammond.
Right?
Nominate Donald Hammond.
Okay. You got a nomination from Matucci for Hammond.
Could I make a comment?
Councilwoman Kalani?
I just wanted to make a comment that I felt so strongly that Ms. Pryor would have been a huge asset to this commission. I'm sorry that she's not available.
All right. Do we have a motion for unanimous vote?
Motion
Yes.
to unanimous.
What, I have a
Oh.
point of order question.
Councilwoman Lewis?
I don't think we've ever, or maybe we've done this before, I don't know. Do we give candidates the choice of what they want, which commission?
Her first choice was Social Services.
Okay.
and
I
that's
just
what
wanted to
she's-
make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes the order of appointment determines your seat. Okay, got a motion for unanimous vote?
Move for unanimous vote.
Second.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Okay, Donald Hammond will be appointed to the term ending 6/30/2028. There is still one vacancy on airport for a term ending 6/30/2026.
Okay. And just for the public, at this moment in time, the Airport Commission is on hold for now, but their seat still starts effective now. Moving on to nominations for Measure SST Citizens Oversight Committee. Councilwoman Lewis.
Michael Gibson.
Councilman Shake.
Cindy Scotto.
Councilman Matucci.
Mr. Mambahal.
Councilman Gerson.
Herring.
Actually, she's okay. No, SST is different, right?
Yes, SST,
Right.
you can sit on
You can sit on-
a city commission seat as well as the SST committee.
Right. Okay, looks like all 4 people have been nominated. Should we take a roll call vote?
Yes, you'll be voting for 2. Councilmember Lewis?
Mr. Gibson, Mr. Mambal.
Councilmember Matucci?
Gibson, Mambahal.
Councilmember Shake?
Scotto and Mambaha.
Councilmember Gerson?
Herring and Scotto.
Councilmember Kalani?
Herring and Scotto.
Mayor Chen?
Mamba Hall and Gibson.
Okay, Mr. Mambahal has 4 votes, so he will get the term ending 6/30/2028. And then I show a tie between Michael Gibson and Cindy Scotto. Is that what you have?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Go another round, just 1 vote.
yes. Councilmember Lewis?
Scotto.
Councilmember Matucci?
Go with Scotto.
Councilmember Shake?
Scotto.
Councilmember Gerson?
Scotto.
Councilmember Kalani?
Scotto.
Mayor Chen?
Gibson.
I show Cindy Scotto with 5 votes and Gibson with 1. So Ms. Scotto will get the term ending 6/30/2025 and be eligible for additional terms.
Thank you all who applied. If you weren't appointed tonight, I encourage you to apply again. Torrance is very fortunate to have so many residents willing to volunteer on our commissions. With those appointed, please come forward to be administered the oath of office by the city clerk. After your oath, please stop by the table in the lobby to sign your oath and receive your commission information packet. Thank you all who are appointed.
Your Honor, before I issue the oath, would you like to take a motion to approve all of the appointments, please?
Yes, I will take a motion to approve all of the appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations. If you'd go in the lobby, you'll sign your oaths and return them and receive your commission information packet. Thank you.
That is done.
Oh my God, he's terrible.
All right, congratulations all appointed commissioners. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on the items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout materials to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. I believe the timer, for those who don't know, is on the 2 monitors here. City clerk, do we have anyone who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. Joseph Buck.
Thank you. I'll try and be at the right time. Good evening. My public comment appears on pages 4 through 12 of the public comment item 7. In connection with the ministerial processing of applications for building permits, the city's development department and the office of the city clerk presently appear to me to be totally unprepared to comply with the requirements of the California Public Records Act. I suggest that this circumstance increases the risk of the city issuing a building permit which must later be retracted and, as a consequence, exposes the city to damage claims from the recipient of the retracted permit. I suggest that public scrutiny of the ministerial process can be used to reduce the city's exposure to the risk. For the benefit of the city of Torrance, I ask the council to address and to remedy this shortcoming. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Carol Gillis.
First, I'd like to thank the City Council, the city, and the Cultural Arts Division for this awesome series of concerts this summer. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of people are there, and now I'm going to talk about the bad part. The toilets, the bathrooms, the restrooms. There's 2 restrooms, and they're filthy. It's so unimaginable that we can't have somebody come before the event to clean out what's happened all day, all afternoon, the day before. And I know the best would be to have some porta potties there. It's a little budget item, I get that. But if we can have somebody come out and clean them up and get them set for the next group, when you have 500 to 1,000 people there and they're all standing in line and they go into this obnoxious bathroom, let's think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bev Finley.
Good evening, City Council. Hey, it's time to go have fun and help raise money for our new float that's going to be going down Colorado Boulevard in January. We have 3 restaurants this month. BJ's is next week on July the 10th. You got to go get that Pizookie. And then you have Coyote Cantina on July the 18th. And the other one would be Hofsut on 7/31. And if you love peach pie, July is when they have the peach pie at Hofsut. We really appreciate any support we can get on this because it helps pay for the float. Thank you.
Carrie Jordahl. Your Honor, I believe he's left. That's the end of the cards.
All right. So anyone else from the public who wish to make public comment?
Hello. The other day, my husband and I were driving on the 405 North just past Crenshaw Boulevard when we spotted a kitten on the freeway. We pulled over, as did other bystanders, and we attempted to rescue this kitten. We called Torrance Animal Control. It went to voicemail. We called the non-emergency line for Torrance Police Department, and they recommended that we send the animal control an email. They also called out Highway Patrol. And the kitten went and hid in the tires of multiple cars, but the Highway Patrol officer that was on scene was not able to rescue the kitten because he didn't have the equipment needed, such as that stick with a little thing that goes over the kitten's head so that we could safely get it into a carrier. Unfortunately, the kitten was hit going at high speeds in the fast lane. It hit in 4 wheel wells. If we had animal control there on scene, the kitten would have been rescued.
Hello. Create an independent civilian oversight commission, right? There's one of the things that, like in thinking about this, how easy this could be. If you imagine the civil service commission, right, that already, or committee, whatever you call that, whichever way that goes, that already exists, you could add some non-police citizens, non-affiliated police, right, historically or presently. And you could provide another space and another time that is also like accessible, right, in the evening for that to meet, like once a month or whatever. It could be open to the public before it goes to, of course, invariably closed session, given that it is personnel stuff. And just have a separate civilian office desk phone number to report to, so that people are not reporting to the police, right? Like this is just easy breezy, beautiful, independent.
I see Torrance has all kinds of commissions. Part one of why it's important to create a civilian oversight commission for Torrance PD. Imagine you have been assaulted by someone. Would you go to their house, knock on their door, and report them to their brothers, sisters, friends, uncles, cousins? Would you give those people the evidence you have to corroborate, your claim? Would you ask them for help to get evidence they have? How would you expect that to go? Would you give your more personal information to them? Would you expect your witness to provide their information? Where do you think that would go? There needs to be a separate, independent entity in place where complaints can be filed. Create an independent civilian oversight commission. And justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Good evening, members, City of Torrance, the land that I love. I just recently had an experience with item 10B, which is when a renter does not pay their city.
Hang on, sir. We're not on 10B yet. This is for comments on items not on the agenda. So you'll have a chance on 10B. That's right.
Good evening. My name is Judy Gassner, and I'm here. I'm with the Torrance Memorial Foundation, and it gives me great pleasure to speak about one of our wonderful volunteers. Carolyn Snyder, a first-class born leader, is a passionate lifetime volunteer, is full of innovative ideas. She gives her time, energy, and talents. At 87 years of age, she never stops moving and is always busy. What makes a good volunteer? I'm sure many of you have heard Winston Churchill that defines Carolyn beautifully. You make a living by what you get. You make a life by what you give. Passionate and enthusiastic, intelligent and artistic, she is an exceptional volunteer. When she was younger, there were 4 children.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Appreciate your comment, though.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Ron Riggs, and I'm the chairman of the SST Committee, Oversight Committee. I'd like to announce that myself and co-chair Melissa Wright met with Finance Director Poisson on Wednesday, June 12th, to review the adopted fiscal year 2024 and 2025 measure SST operating budget. During that meeting, we discussed the adopted fiscal year 24-25 funding operating budget and addressed the city pension obligations, the roughly $12 million contribution for police and fire needs, park maintenance concerns, and measure SST $8.6 million contribution to capital projects. I'd like to invite all those members and the public watching it on TV or on cable to attend the first meeting of the fiscal 24-25, which we will be held on Wednesday, July 10th at 6 p.m. in the West Annex.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, I've got two comments to make. One is earlier this evening, we had a member of the audience venting his personal feelings. I was kind of embarrassed, and I wish maybe we could teach manners in Torrance, but that may be beyond the scope. The second thing is there's a building on Cravens opposite Bartlett Center. I think it's Southern California Electric, something like that. It's a utility. If you walk by, if you drive by, the front landscaping is just a real mess. Like there's nothing there, maybe a couple of challenged trees, but hopefully somebody in the city of Torrance can encourage them to make the place a little bit more beautiful, to invest a little time and effort in landscaping. We've got this thing about putting in trees in Torrance. They ought to deal with this piece of property.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak during oral communications number 1? Step up to the microphone.
This is Porchop. Today I did not prepare a speech, but I'm very happy you guys voted for this line boss, like Pat Furry's wife, you know, who flipped me out, tells me, fuck you, and Pat Furry calls me an asshole. Congratulations, because this way I have a reason to come to the Civil Service Commission meetings. Thank you very much, because nothing to do in Torrance, you know what I mean? The other thing, people talking about my style and this and that, people who talk about my bad manners, they should stand up when we're saluting the flag, like an American citizen. So people like that, they should shut their fucking mouth, you know, who's sitting down during the flag salute. So, but he's a Torrance resident, so, you know, I don't know what is worse, my manners or him disrespecting the flag and the United States of America. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we exhausted oral communications number 1. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilwoman Lewis.
I wish to pull 8C.
8C. Councilman Shake.
8F, as in Frank, please.
8F. Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar except 8C and 8F.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion passed.
Okay. Item 8C.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Laraki, you know, it's been published all over the papers about the float vendor change, and I just wanted you to give us an update on what that's going to look like, particularly when we have the Rose Bowl Parade coming up in less than 6 months.
Good evening, Councilmember Lewis, member of City Council, John LaRock Community Services. I'm actually going to allow Beverly Finley, the chairperson of the Rose Float Association, to address your question. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, we have been speaking with the other 2 vendors that do floats, and we have made a choice of another one, and they will be building our float, and we have a guarantee by tournament that our price will remain the same this year, since they did away with our builder. But we will be going, actually all the same people that as far as floats, are going to be going to this vendor as well. So we'll have Louisiana and Donate Life and UPS Store and all those will still be there. So it'll be like our family still together. The difference is we'll be decorating up by closer to the Rose Bowl.
Do they have a name?
AES.
Okay. Great.
He's preparing the contract this week for me.
Okay.
And they have decided to honor the price that Fiesta Floats provided for us?
Yes, because that was a terms put to them by tournament.
Okay, and then any plans from the Rose Float Association to really pick up the fundraising efforts for the float? Because I imagine by the reporting that it's gonna be quite expensive.
Well, if you were a new float entering the parade today, your minimum cost, according to tournament, is $350,000. The builder that we were talking to, he thinks he maybe still be able to bring ours in for less than that, but yes, our price is gonna go up probably at least $100,000.
Okay, and then so we are trying to figure out some ways to fundraise that and recoup
Yes.
those funds. Just like if there just happened to be a generous Torrance resident or something that would
Or
like to write us a
some nice
$350,000
businesses that
check.
have a lot of money.
Yes, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the public was in tune to what was happening with our Rose Float vendor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
If we have no more questions, do we have any comments from the public? We already did that, so I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Service Director.
So moved for item 8C.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes. Okay, we're down to item 8F. Is there a presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Carlos Weezer, our Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. No presentation, but available for any questions.
Councilman Shake, you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Carlos, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to thank you, our staff, to get this South End Record Health Club to get reappraised, to get the fair market value. I think that's pretty good accomplishment. I think now our rent will be about $44,000 per month.
That is correct, Councilmember Shake. So the rent would go up to about $44,000. It will be built in with annual adjustments based on CPI. And then there's a forthcoming fair market valuation that will be conducted in 2034.
Just a request for future reference, if you could also elaborate or summarize how much, for all the items that have financial information to provide, what did we pay prior year and what are we paying this year? So that will be very helpful for us to understand what's the difference and the gap and so forth. But again, I want to commend working with the South Bay Record Club and also initiating that to bring the fair market value to the rent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. With that, I make a motion to concur with the recommendation for item 8F, please.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. We'll now be taking item 9E out of order. Item 9E from the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is a recommendation of the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney that the City Council adopt resolutions related to the City Charter. One of them is to put the charter on the ballot in November, and the other one is to request to consolidate the election with the statewide general election. And we're also asking for direction to be given to the City Clerk on whether the City Council would like to select a letter or letters for the ballot measure if the Council wants to do that. it would be choosing 3 in order of preference that she could then take to the county. Tonight's measure, there is a agenda item, there is a supplemental and the materials available. I can do a quick overview for the council. Obviously, it's very thick. We've done this for 3 public hearings and now tonight's meeting. But basically, the council's direction was to update the charter. We've cleaned up the gender pronouns because under our current charter, some of our council members would not be actually allowed to be council members because they're females, and that's so we've cleaned that up and made them gender neutral to take out the he, him, and his. We've consolidated Articles 1, 2, and 3, which used to be name of city, then powers of city in the elections, and kind of consolidated it all into one new section that deals with everything, including succession, incorporation, and the boundaries. So that's all in one new section. We've renumbered the whole charter as we've taken out some sections. We've clarified that the council has authority under the California Constitution to run its own elections. The council's direction was, though, to leave the elections on the statewide primary, so they will bounce back and forth between March in a presidential election year and June in a non-presidential election year. We've updated the vacancies section as it relates to the city council. We've updated the city council compensation. Currently, it was $100 per month as set back in 1956. It now will be set to the state minimum wage, which is currently $16 per hour. That does not make the council employees. It does not entitle them to overtime. It's just a way to calculate the monthly compensation, which then would come out to $2,773.28 per month. There's a question from the last time we didn't actually discuss. We'd had some discussion about changing the duties and powers of the clerk, but there was no actual discussion on that, so we can discuss that tonight as well. There was a change to the city treasurer provision that I believe he would like to speak on. He submitted an email. It was drafted as that he would attend one council meeting per month, and then also if he missed all the council meetings for a period of 60 days since the last meeting he attended, that would be deemed to have vacated the office, which is based on the council provision. The council has chosen not to make the city clerk or the city treasurer appointed. They remain elective. We've updated the language of political activity. We've added a public participation section to the charter. We've renumbered and deleted some things in the meeting section. There was an organizational meeting that we don't need to have. We always meet after elections, so that's kind of redundant. We've also updated some old language. There was a thing that the city clerk had to notify the council by telegraphic communication if there was a canceled meeting, and so I don't think she has a telegraph in her office, so we took that out and changed it to email, text message, or other electronic communication would suffice. We've just updated the language of some of the publication and other things that were in the existing charter to have them meet what the current government code says. We've also made some minor changes to the language about ministerial acts, having the mayor pro tem being able to sign as we have in our rules, but we put it in the charter when the mayor is out of town or unable to do so due to a disability. We deleted the section of when ordinance is required. No other cities have that provision. That can lead to misinterpretations, as we found out with a recent court case, so there's no reason for it, so it has been eliminated. The ordinance penalty section, I added in administrative citations because we now do that under our municipal code. Article 8 of the charter, which dealt with the Board of Education, has been deleted. The Torrance Unified School District would not be governed by us anymore. They'd be governed by the elections code, the education code, and the government code. I'm waiting to hear back from the school district on if they had any concerns with it. And speaking to our outside counsel, they didn't think there was a concern with it. The article dealing with the city manager was dealt with by Peter Brown of Lieber, Cassidy, and Whitmore due to the appearance of a conflict with the city attorney's office. He has made changes to make the position from its current status to an at-will status. the city manager, the current city manager would have the option whether or not to opt in. If he did not, he would stay under his current status. If he chose to opt in, then the council would negotiate a contract with the city manager. The same thing with the position of the city attorney. Mr. Brown handled that part of it due to an actual conflict with the city attorney's office. Same provision, it would go from a civil service provision to an at-will status. Again, same thing with opt-in. The director of finance was moved to a appointment by the city manager instead of the city council to make it consistent. And then we had some improvements and clarifications to the sections dealing with illegal contracts and financial interests that would apply to the council as well as employees and officers and boards and commissions. We also put in some other incompatibility of offices, anti-nepotism, and ethics training. And then we renumbered, and then the civil service section changed the language of the appointive section, since the only two people that are left appointed by the city council are the city manager and city attorney. And then updated the fiscal affairs to add some things, delete some things, just to clarify. And when audits are done, increased the strength of the audit section, made it independent audits, and made that clear. We had a new Article 12 dealing with appointed boards, committees, and commissions, which just clarifies what the council already does and what the powers of the boards and committees and commissions do. We deleted the airport fund. There are no other funds in the charter. There's no reason for it to be in the charter. It can be handled by the finance department just as any other fund would be handled. And then there's a miscellaneous section at the end. Some of those sections have been redistributed throughout the new charter. We deleted operating a draw poker establishment because it's not needed. It's already prohibited elsewhere in the code, and it is probably preempted by the penal code. We also deleted the section dealing with the exposure of female breasts. That's already covered in the municipal code as well as the penal code, so there's no reason to have it in our new charter. The council gave direction for good government reforms, as previously mentioned, regarding public participation, vacancy, conflicts of other offices, anti-nepotism, ethics, illegal contracts, and action on a budget and independent audits to give transparency and more access to our information. We did add, the mayor asked if I would look at other good government reforms. So there was a supplemental today. On the first page, there's a provision about requiring the registration of lobbyists and disclosure of their lobbying activities. This would also require an ordinance to clarify and implement that section. Section 908, revolving door restrictions, that deals with once people leave office, if they can come back and essentially lobby or try to influence decisions. It would be 1 year for both the council and department heads, but it would be permanent for items that you were actually involved in, whether a department head or a council member. If you were actually involved in an item, you couldn't be in that item at all. There's another provision that we added in regarding negotiating future employment. So we don't want, from a ethics and trust and integrity, someone working with a developer and trying to get a job while a pending application, or any other application that's pending. So the idea is to prohibit that activity. We haven't had that happen, but it's a good government reform to have in. And then the other section in here, which the clerk can address, was the revisions to the powers and duties of the clerk that we had in the item last time, but we actually didn't discuss it, and I reviewed my notes and we didn't discuss it. The other things I wanted to point out is that we would like, as whatever action, if you take action to put it on the ballot, the clerk and I would like authorization from the council to make minor corrections for typographical errors. With all the redlining, things get stuck together, and we would like to clean that up if possible. As we discussed the options from the supplemental, there is ballot question language, so we'll need direction on that. If you add the lobbying thing from the provision, it'll be one thing. If you don't, then it'll be a different one. That's also attached in the supplemental. The city clerk will be writing the impartial analysis due to my conflict. It's more of an appearance of conflict than an actual conflict, but just for the sake of avoiding any kind of issue, the city clerk will be writing the impartial analysis, which is a 500-word summary of the charter that the public will see in their ballot manual. And then the council may want tonight to discuss who they would like to write the argument for the charter measure. As a reminder, the city council we cannot, as the city cannot spend money advocating for the charter. We can just put out informational, educational information that explains what happens if the charter passes, what happens if it doesn't. And like I said, I know this is a lot of material. I mean, we've got everything covered in the charter, probably except Sean's birthday. Gotcha. So I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, we're going to go to public comment first. Do any members of the public wish to make comment on this item? Please go to the podium. You have 1 minute per comment.
I just speak again because nobody else does, you know, I mean, nobody gives a hoot, you know what I mean? So all these things, he talks half an hour and just outlining the thing, and then you expect somebody have a comment in 1 minute. But my biggest comment would be, since we give all the power to the city manager and everything he's appoints and all the positions are appointed, let's have the city council to be appointed too. I mean, why do we have even elections anymore? Because, you know, the city treasurer position is like diminished. He's like do nothing. He just do nothing, investing the money, only the place where he can invest it. He doesn't know how much money you guys rake in. The checks and balances is gone. It's gone, you know. And you guys vote everything that the city manager tells you to vote on. You guys are like a bobbleheads. You guys like a bobbleheads. We don't need.
The bobbleheads tell you your time is up. Anyone else wish to speak?
That was a good one.
That is pretty good, actually.
Very funny.
All right, then let's bring it up to the council. Any members of council want to make comments on the recommended changes or additional changes that we may have not captured? Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think adding the recommendations that were brought up today, I think that's actually really good. It kind of clarifies the role of the city council, not just during their term, but also after. So I'd be in favor of adding those sections for lobbying and the revolving door restrictions and Section 909, negotiating future employment. The powers and duties, I guess I would need more clarification on that, but Section 407. But I do agree with all of those.
All right. Thank you. At this moment, does the city clerk want to share anything about the Section 407 powers and duties?
Your honorable body, we just updated some of the duties. The government code and the charter state that the city clerk should be present. City clerk or her designee should be present at all bid openings. Since we moved to Planet Bids, the purchasing division handles the bids, so I have designated them as the designee to handle that on my behalf. So we needed to update that section for that. And I believe we updated gender language. And I'm sorry, I couldn't find it in the item. It's in the pink one. Oh, I got it, thanks. I'm sorry. Yeah. And I think that's it. We just updated some of the terminology to reflect current
Great.
terminology.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure you get a chance to do clarifications. I think Treasurer Goodrich wanted to make a comment, and I'll let him make a comment before we ask some more questions. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This will be brief. I sent an email earlier, just wanted to reiterate. Originally, when I made these suggestions for the language, I had proposed two different things to prevent a situation occurring in the future like we had in the past where there was an absentee treasurer for a long period of time. And I think there was a miscommunication and that both of those were included as recommendations when it was meant to be an or. So my suggestion is just to strike through a partial part of a sentence. And also, I believe it to be redundant, as there's already language in the charter requiring the treasurer to provide a monthly report. If you'd like further clarification on that, I'd be happy to advise what specific words would be struck through.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go back to the council. Councilman Gerson.
I want to respond to Mr. Goodrich's. My recollection is a little bit different as far as the conversation. All the electeds are here, and I know our city treasurer doesn't quite have as an active role as like the clerk does, who is in a way running our meeting by running all of our votes and keeping track of that. But I think we were talking about an expectation about electeds being here in presence, and I know that Mr. Goodrich participates. But I think that was also a part of the conversation that I want to bring back in.
Great, thank you. Any other council member who wish to speak on any item, please raise your hand since we don't have a clicker.
Please.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. So on page 3, Article 6, I am not personally in agreement with a raise on the compensation for the council. So just want some clarification on how I could support everything else, but it be on the record that I'm not supporting that portion.
The council could choose to take that section, which is newly renumbered 604, separately. They could vote on the rest of it. If everyone was in agreement on the rest of it, then they could have a vote on that separately if you wanted to record it. Or the other option, you could vote together and then have an explanation of your vote at the end. But if the rest of the council is willing, you could ask to do section 604 separately.
Yeah, I was thinking about using the latter process, that you make a comment, because at the end of the day, should we get a majority vote of all these changes except one, it'll go to load the people, and they all kind of go in there. And, that's what I was thinking. But you already voiced your concern. You could do it again later. Anyone else from the council? Councilman Gerson.
I did have one more question, because there was the section on the city clerk having to post all of the information from individual candidates on their expenditures. But as we've seen in recent elections, even here in Torrance, the last one, we have a lot of political action committees that are also getting involved in Torrance. We know groups spending $100,000 or more and impacting different elections. How do we address that locally?
I think it's in there, right, City Attorney? Yeah.
Okay.
I think we link to the FPPC.
So we have net file electronic filing. The council passed an ordinance where we required that. If it's an action committee in the city of Torrance, they have to file with the city clerk. If it's outside of Torrance, they file with the FPPC, or they file with the county for the elections. So it's only if they're in Torrance do they file through our system. But our information is uploaded to the FPPC's database as well. Is that what you were inquiring on?
Well, I'm only asking because this, to have everything posted by you in detail, and this hidden money that isn't necessarily posted in detail for the people of Torrance to see. I also had a question related to, so when candidates run, they give you copies of everything that they send out. Are there any requirements, I don't even know if it's enforceable, but are there any requirements that those acting within the city on political issues, do they have to, or do we have anything where they would give you a copy of that?
To my knowledge, there's nothing in the municipal code or the charter that require them to give me their campaign flyers. It's only for candidates.
And
it's only for 200 similarly printed pieces.
Even if it was in our charter, would it be enforceable under state law?
I'll defer to the city attorney.
That's a pretty detailed elections question that I'd probably have to research. I don't know off the top of my head. I think since the campaign disclosures are on a separate, under your first question to the clerk, I think we could add that in as, since it's disclosed to her, she can post it. She probably already does post it. Or do you
Yes, because they're filed through NetFile, they're
Yeah.
automatically
So
uploaded.
it's already posted, but we could put that provision in as well for the political action committees. But I'd have to research the other question about the requirement to turn them information over, and I'd have to look into that.
I'm just thinking about, in our goal for transparency, that we look at all the other angles that are now kind of involving themselves in the political process. Thank you.
Just make sure I'm clear, going to city attorney. In the city of Torrance, on all elections, oftentimes we have PACs or unions. They would have their own, I think I've seen like TPOA and TFFA, they would have their files in there. And so if there's a PAC, they will have
They have to file as well
there as
during
well,
the
right.
election season.
Right.
And the same as candidates, anytime they've donated and who they donate, they have to disclose.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to understand if there's any section in the charter, or there's a need to add the section in the charter about a candidate can run more than one, or participate more than one elections. Like if a candidate wants to run for council, they also can, that person can also run for another capacity.
That's covered by the elections code.
And what is, do we know? We don't need to put that in
You
here.
don't need to put that in the charter.
Okay.
And essentially what would happen is they become incompatible offices. So if, like theoretically, let's say you got elected in March to council and ran for a state office, and that was in June, if you were elected to the state office, you'd automatically vacate your city office, if that's the reference. Once you have two offices that are incompatible, by taking the second office, the first one is automatically vacated.
I think the other question maybe is if the candidate is campaigning, and can he or she be raising funds, one for city council and, in your example, state assembly at the same time, as long as he or she keeps the records clean.
I think you just say you could have two campaign committees, but you'd have to keep the records separate.
Okay.
But
Yeah, you'd have to have separate bank accounts and separate FPPC filings.
Just two separate committees.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I've got a list of things to go down. I think I can see. I'm just gonna go page by page from I think it's attachment D, starting with page 44, because I know today we're calling it, so I'm just trying to make sure we get this as clean as we can. Actually, I didn't have a comment on, top of page 44, which is really the tail end of 103, that maybe we need a additional sentence that says this does not affect section 404 on the compensation.
Yes, this is a section that essentially we're like redoing our whole charter. So this was the provision that's saying that everyone keeps their current jobs. They don't lose their job because there's a new charter, and they keep their current compensation. But I see your point that if you change the compensation in 404, this would essentially say it creates a conflict. So we could easily put a section saying that it doesn't impact section 404.
Okay. Moving on to page 50. I think in section 401, I'm thinking is that the second sentence that's starting with if, after the 30 days, you need to be qualified. I think starting from if and to the end of the paragraph, the word vacancies, I'm gonna ask, is that redundant and should that be deleted maybe?
It is, it's redundant based on section 403,
Okay.
so we can take that out.
All right, next one is page 51, under section 403 on vacancies. As I was reading that, it really addresses vacancies for a council member or mayor. I'm thinking maybe we redraft that. I know that there's, and this will kind of, that I'm thinking it should be like a city council member, comma, mayor, comma, city clerk or city treasurer. These vacancy descriptions on why an elected official becomes vacant, we should put city clerk and city treasurers because they too are elected officials.
If the council wants to give direction on that, like I said, at the last meeting, the way this was drafted, the council didn't want to add that for the clerk, but they were adding, I know Mr. Goodrich and I have a different interpretation, but they were adding the attendance one and the 60 days to treasurer, but obviously the 2 through 10 aren't included on theirs, and I understand.
Right, I'm just thinking, you know, it's convicted of felony, crime, resigns, and officer's writing. They should apply to all of us elected.
Yep.
I mean, later on, we could go through these one by one.
Yeah,
I'm just
and
picking out these
No, I
that
think
find.
it's
Yeah.
fine, and obviously, I think the city clerk doesn't miss, I've never seen her miss 2 months of meetings.
Right.
So
But I know
don't
she
think it'd be
doesn't.
an
I'm
issue.
just saying,
Yeah.
at least if we're updating the charter, maybe we'll be consistent. That's what I was thinking for all the elected officials. Moving on to page 52, under section, I guess on that page, I don't know what section that is. It's also, whoops, sorry about that, 403, but it's paragraph D. I believe D needs to be updated since we're in district elections now. If you go toward the middle.
Yeah, but that provision is a holdover from at-large. So that was the provision, for those who don't have it in front of them, that the highest number of votes would get the full term, and the next highest votes would get the unexpired term. So that was when we were at-large. That's always not the case anymore.
Right, so I think at least from starting from the word voting or after the or, that needs to get deleted. Or it probably should end after nomination, I think, at least. And going on to page 56, I had a comment on that, and I actually read the comment from the city treasurer, so I'm gonna take a position. I think it's very similar to Councilman Gerson. I know it may seem redundant, but I like the way it's written to leave it in there.
Yeah, Mayor, that's fine. I'm going to be here regardless. I'm just thinking about future-proofing it in case anything changes in the future in regards to the position, but either way, I'm okay.
Yeah, okay. I think those are all the ones that I thought that we should address to make sure that we all agree. Now, since this could be new to my colleagues here, I know last time we went through one by one, and even the new ones on the supplement. Should we actually go through each one, or see if there's anyone that one of my colleagues don't want to add, that at least the ones that I just went through?
I think we covered it all last time. This time you figured extensively, so I think one should be good enough.
I just want to make sure that I give
right.
you a chance. I don't,
Yes.
you know, that's all, because this might be the first time.
Right.
Okay, then, do we need, I know Councilman Tucci agree with some of the additional good government items that the city attorney brought up in the supplemental. Go ahead.
If we're getting to a point of making a motion, obviously whoever can make their motion however they'd like, they can follow along with the recommendation and then make an addition to add, if they want to follow Councilman Matucci's, they could say adding the good government, sections 907, 908, 909 as found in the supplemental. They can also decide if they want to add the powers and duties of the clerk, which is also in the supplemental at 407, and then obviously address whether you'd like to add additional information either from Mayor Chen's comments, from Council Member Kalani's comments, or Council Member Gerson's comments. And then also during the motion, you might want to discuss who's going to write the argument. You don't have to worry about the impartial analysis because I put that in the resolution that the clerk will do it, so that's covered. But that's something that you may want to discuss amongst yourselves. And then the ballot language, if you choose to add the information, I can pick the ballot language that's consistent with the good government revisions.
Okay. So my suggestion would be we could do it in maybe three chunks. Maybe the first one would be all the language in the charter amendment that's in the draft, in addition to the supplemental, including the city clerk's clarification. And we'll hold off on that very last section about the charter reform yet, and then all the ones that I'd identified just now. That as one group, and then we'll go then. Depending on that, it'll determine the next one, which is the measure, right? Because if the lobby does not pass, then it defaults to the other item.
Correct.
Is that clear? I know that this is there's a lot of stuff here that's been covered tonight in the last month. Any of my colleagues have questions with what I just suggested? Basically, I'll call it the basic part. We'll make a motion to approve, and then we'll have the other adders. Okay? Someone want to make a motion?
So moved. You said it all.
Second.
Okay.
So just for clarification for the clerk, that would be the draft charter as was attached to the initial item, agenda item.
Yeah.
And then the
Supplemental.
with 907 lobbying, 908 revolving door restrictions, 909 negotiating future employment, as well as the modified section 407 powers and duties.
Correct.
Does it address any of the comments made by Mayor Chen, Councilmember Kalani, or Councilmember Gerson?
I believe that's what we have said, right? To
Yeah.
include those that, and we're going to separate the other ones, yeah?
Yeah, I think we will go for that. I think Councilman Gerson's comments, I think were captured, and then we will vote for that, and then if there's one particular item that I'll just say in the case of Councilman Kalani, that says, I'm a no vote because of that one item, I think that's okay.
Okay, so just make sure the clerk and I are on the same page. So it's the draft and the supplemental, but no one else's comments at this point? And then you're going to do modifications as you go?
And my comments, I think, were included in there. I think that's what Councilman Tucci said.
Okay.
Yeah, at least those ones that each item we went through.
But we're not addressing Councilmember Kalani. I'm not trying to actually
Sure.
weigh in. I'm just making sure that the record's clear.
I think what she was trying to say is, I'll let her make sure she confirms. She's okay with everything else except the council compensation.
That is correct.
And then she may be voting no only because of that, but she actually agrees with everything else.
I would prefer it be separated, just because
Okay.
I would hate to have to say no on everything because of that one.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take a vote on everything except council compensation first, then we'll make it clean.
Perfect.
Is that
thanks.
okay?
Absolutely.
So I
Can
guess
you,
to
can you
clarify,
clarify, can the PAC language be included as well?
the disclosure of campaign contributions, the PAC that are reported to you, I believe that can be included. Because it goes through the state, right, the FPPC?
That's covered by the FPPC.
So it would come through, so it'd still be net file. So I believe we can add the PAC, because that would be part of the net file disclosures, which is on the website.
Somehow I thought.
Isn't it already?
I thought it was already captured in here. Am I not correct?
I don't believe in the campaign contributions. I think we have candidates, and I believe that's what Councilmember Gerson was saying. Let me get to it. It was 411, I believe.
Starting on
Yeah.
page 57 at the
So
bottom.
It talks about all candidates, so it doesn't say, as he noted, it doesn't cover the political action committees.
But
So
doesn't
you could-
state law already require a filing through NetFile, and that, I mean, accessible through NetFile?
So, like I said, this does too, I mean, it's kind of redundant, or it just kind of reinforcing it, so, and obviously the state could change it, so if the council wanted to add it in, you could add the provision that we could add a new subsection that political action committees, or any other committees.
Maybe
that
what
could
would
be
help
added.
all of us, city attorney, is there like a proposed sentence that we're thinking about adding somewhere so that we all know what we think we're adding?
I would add it to, section 411, but I would probably renumber B to become C, and then add a new subsection B that, I defer to the clerk because she's more expert in the language there, but like political action committees or any other committees that are making campaign contributions would need to.
Candidates in Torrance.
To candidates in Torrance would need to report their things to the city clerk, and then the B would cover, would become C, would say that she would post those on our website, which would come through NetFile.
Everybody got that? Well, maybe we treat that one separate too.
Yeah, we can, or I can,
Okay.
obviously it'd be prettier.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. We'll treat that one as separate too, because I could tell looking at the body language, that might be
No,
better.
Mayor, I was just seeking clarification, because those disclosures are already on NetFile. That's what I'm saying. What exactly are we asking people to do?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think one of the theories could be from, and I don't want to speak for him, from Council Member Gerson, is the state could change their rules in the future, and then obviously if we require it, it doesn't matter if the state changes their rules, if they'd then be required to report it to the clerk. So
Yeah, currently I get what they call a courtesy filing. They file with the state and I get a courtesy filing, but, so courtesy, does that mean they have to file with me or not? So if you put it in here, they would be required.
Oh, okay. But we're making an assumption that they would change the rules, but there's no indication of that.
Or that they'd stop doing the courtesy.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was said? I don't know.
Sorry, I'm breaking things. If you put it in here, they would be required to file with me. It wouldn't be a courtesy filing.
Gotcha.
So it'd be a requirement, so our residents would be able to track the money.
Okay. It's all good.
So let's treat that one separate and treat the council compensation separate. So, going back to your original motion?
Yes, minus we're pulling out everything except the council compensation and the requirement for, 411C.
Campaign contribution.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second?
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Okay. I think the next one would be take a motion for the adjustment on council compensation as written in the charter amendment.
I move that we approve it as written.
Second?
I'm sorry, that was Mr. Matucci and Mr. Shake.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Gerson?
Nay.
Councilmember Kalani?
No.
Councilmember Lewis?
No.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
No. It was two.
I thought
and
it was 2
4.
noes. Yeah.
It was an A.
I was just getting ready to say it carried with Councilmember Kalani and Lewis voting no and Councilmember Kaji absent. Is that what I had? Or did you
What
say
about
no?
my nay?
I-
Nay.
I
Oh,
said
you said
nay.
nay? I'm sorry. You are
The
correct.
tie is correct,
It
3-3.
ties, it failed because it's a tie.
Okay,
So that was for council compensation.
yep. Okay,
Bless you.
and the last one is for Councilman Gerson's, I think, PAC-ish submittal. Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
Councilmember Gerson,
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Councilmember Shake,
Yes.
Mayor Chen.
Yes.
That motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Okay. All right. Let's see, I think there's one more item we need to take a vote on.
If the council would like to give direction to the city clerk on whether you'd like to select a letter or a combination of letters for the city clerk to request from the county, you can pick 3 ranked in order of preference. You can do a single letter, like A or T or whatever, or you can do a combination of letters, either 2 letters, and last time they even let us do 3 letters for Measure SST. So that'd be a choice, or the council could decide not to, and then they just assign a random letter, and that's how we ended up with like X and U in 2020, because they just assigned random letters based on the county.
Let me make sure I make a clarification, city clerk, at least on the supplemental on page 4. So because we voted pass, it will be the first section on top then, right?
For the ballot question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be this
The
one.
ballot question would be the one like in the middle of the page, the top
Right,
one.
right.
Because it has
Okay.
the lobbying.
We don't need to make a motion on that one yet.
No, because
Okay.
your action kind of defaulted it.
All right,
And we would sub that back into the resolutions.
all right. So maybe when I asked that question, we forgot which other item we need to discuss, the letters?
So the letters and then the other, I guess the ballot question has been handled. Oh, we would like direction, the clerk and I, to have the ability to make minor typographical corrections. And then obviously for 411 and 603, you're asking us, well, actually, no, 603, you're not asking us, nothing happened there. Just to make those minor language changes.
Okay, hang on, I think Councilman Matucci want to make a comment?
No, it was, yes, thank you, Mayor. I was going to make a comment, just before we move too forward, since the compensation failed with a tie without a full council, will we have an opportunity to bring it back with a full council?
We do have time. I think the deadline is August 8th, so we would have to call a regular meeting. We only have the 16th and 30th currently called as closed sessions, so you could turn one of those meetings into an open meeting and then have this discussed again. The other option, obviously, if the council wants to reconsider their vote tonight, they could do that as well. If they wanted to try to
I'd
convince
like
each
if we
other.
can, at the very least, if we want to reconsider, I'd say yes, but at least vote on it with a full council, because it's an important subject, not necessarily for us, but for the future candidates, because quite honestly, we get paid $100 a month, and I'm okay with it. I think obviously we're all okay with it, but one has to ask the question, is Torrance going to be led by people that are independently wealthy or retired? Or are we going to open the doors to other people that maybe can't afford to not work a 40-hour job, but also want to serve their community? So that's the question we have to ask ourselves. So So yeah, maybe some of us will, we make $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year, or maybe retire with a pension, and we don't have that issue. But for the future, I really do consider $100 a month, that's been, I believe, since 1947, to be more of a joke at the table than anything else. I do think compensating people with a minimum wage is the least we could do. But so I'd like for us to further discuss it if possible.
So our rules of order allow you to reconsider it tonight, right during the council meeting, if you'd like to do that. If not, it becomes a little more complicated once we leave this meeting, because then you have to make a request for a reconsideration, and then we get into the multi-step, so you wouldn't be able to vote it on the 16th. You just have to put it on for the 16th to decide whether or not to reconsider it. And then it would go on to the 30th to actually take action on it. So it becomes a multi-step process under our rules of order. If we don't reconsider
make a
tonight.
motion to reconsider?
I have a question before you do.
Yes.
Okay, to basically reconsider, but to have a discussion with the full council.
I have a question for you.
Go, Councilwoman Lewis.
Sorry, I know we're trying to do bare bones here, not tactful. Mr. Sullivan, question. And I know we've talked about this a couple of times. The council compensation, does that necessarily have to be the all or nothing approach? So we have to put it in the charter amendments as an all or nothing on the ballot measure, correct?
Well, there's several ways to go about doing it. You could put it in for a set amount as it's here for that, or you could remove it from the charter and say that you're going to set it by ordinance. But obviously that leaves a little probably doubt in some of the minds of the voters of what will happen to it. Obviously, because it wouldn't be set until the charter passed and then an ordinance was adopted. That'd be the two ways to go about that.
Okay, so either send it to the ballot or do it by ordinance.
Well, you'd have to still send it to the ballot to remove it from the charter, because it's currently in the charter. So it would still go to the ballot, but it would just say, essentially, council compensation will be set by ordinance. And then the council would be able to adopt whatever ordinance they wanted to do to set their pay.
Okay, because my concern is I understand what Councilmember Matucci says. I also understand the community concern around compensation, but I wouldn't want one measure to sink a whole lot of great other measures and changes because we're stuck on one item. And so that's my concern right now.
So I think maybe I'm gonna try to take a crack at this. I think we don't make charter amendments often. I think one time Councilman Shake was absent. I think I didn't want to make a decision because you were gone. I guess one of the things that the city attorney said that we could take this item up, or the final decision of all the charter amendments on July 16th.
Well, it's essentially,
full council.
Because it's been voted tonight, you'd have to do a reconsideration, which would then put that to the 16th. So someone tonight would say, I'd like to reconsider it because it's a tie vote. Anyone can ask to be reconsidered. Then it would be set, assuming that we do this on the 16th as an open meeting, and that would be, I gotta think through this.
Or do we
No,
have
it
time
actually,
in
no,
August?
it actually, sorry, but
We have time.
the reconsideration, well, I guess it could be made tonight.
Yeah.
And so then it would be set for the 16th. The council then could reconsider on the 16th.
And the 16th, we were gonna have a special closed session at this
Correct.
moment. And if we went to the next one after that in August, is that too late?
There's no, the meeting in August is the 13th, which would be after the deadline, so you'd have to do it on the 30th. But the way it's written in the rules is a motion gets made when it's a tie vote by anyone, and then it's brought back for consideration. So it's usually, there's a motion for reconsideration made, which could be done tonight if it has enough. Because no, actually, yeah, tonight it can be made because we're here. So you can make the motion and have it set, assuming it passes. But if it doesn't pass, then the council's made their decision. But if they make their decision, you could bring it back on the 16th.
Okay.
Question?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Would there be two separate motions? Would there be a motion to reconsider and then a motion to postpone it to that date when Mr. Kaji could participate?
Yeah, by implication, then the council would have to take action really on their adjournment, because the adjournment is to a closed session. So you'd have to change the adjournment to a closed session to an open and a closed session, a regular council meeting.
Okay.
Unless, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Unless we do a vote to reconsider and, or change, if one of the no votes would like to change to a yes, well, then it would just pass and we put it on the ballot.
Correct. You could do a reconsideration tonight during the meeting right now if you wanted to have a discussion, see if you could convince someone to change their vote to a yes, to support it as written, or someone could offer an alternative language that they may be more accepting of. As we've discussed in the past, you could follow the government code, which is for a city of our size is $1,900 per month, or you could choose to remove it from the charter. But I think that adds probably a little bit of uncertainty with the voters.
I'm thinking if we're considering that option, that we would go to suggest July 16th with a full council, since the big decisions we try to make as much as we can with the full council. That's sort of what if my colleagues are okay with that. Councilwoman Lewis.
So just to make sure I'm clear, we're stuck on this one issue, and that's section 604, correct?
Yes, everything else is done except this one section.
And if it goes to the ballot, it's also section 604 that could prevent all of the other measures from passing and going into the charter changes.
Well, right now, because it failed, as we stand at this moment, it would stay as $100. 604 wouldn't change.
No, I'm not talking about 604. Would it affect any of the other ones? Because we keep going back and forth between all or nothing, or to split it up.
Yeah, right now, the rest of the charter by council direction would be going as drafted, and 604 would revert back to how it is now. So everything else would go, the council's approved the draft, the items in the supplemental, the ballot language, so everything would go, except 604 would just stay as $100 a month, going to the people that way.
However, we decide to push this item for another meeting. At that meeting, we could discuss with the full council, do we want to put the whole charter amendment as one full integrated packet or two separate items? I know we made a decision last time to put everything together. Am I correct?
Yeah. I keep going back to the rules of order.
I wasn't quite done yet.
Oh.
So I'm gonna do a motion to reconsider my vote.
You doing a motion to?
Reconsider my vote.
Okay.
It's a motion to reconsider the vote on 604.
Okay.
Not just your vote, but everyone's vote.
I have been, thank you, I've been requesting to speak. With all due respect to Councilmember Matushi's thought process, we've also, every one of us, made a commitment to serve the city by adding $25,000 a year times, more than that, almost $33,000 a year times 7 is another police officer on the street. And our residents are telling us that things like that are most important to them. That's my thought process. I work a full-time job, and I also commit a lot of hours to the city, just like many of us do. So it is possible to work and be committed to the city. I don't think that it will significantly change who steps up to the plate to continue to serve the city if the compensation is not raised at this time. Maybe there'll be a better time to raise the compensation, but I don't think it's now. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
I agree with everything that Councilmember Kalani said, but I'm very collegial, and I would be open to change my vote if it was pushed back and to allow Councilmember Kaji to participate in the vote. That would be okay with me. And so if you're willing to change the closed session to an open so that he can participate in the conversation, you can get me to change my vote for that.
Okay. I'm going back to Councilwoman Lewis because.
I guess that begs the question, do you just want Councilmember Kaji to only talk about 604, or do you want the whole charter? And I'm not trying to make everyone's life more complicated, but if that's the reason, do you only want him talking about 604, or do you want him talking about the entire charter?
Councilwoman Lewis, I think you probably want to complete your train of thought on this one now.
Thank you. I do believe that for this, I mean, I guess I would have to defer back to the mayor. I would think it would be just on this one issue, which is section 604, with all of the comments that were already submitted prior to this meeting by the council. So that would mean on the 16th, we would only be discussing section 604.
I would second that motion.
Okay. Do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
No.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake voting no and Councilmember Kaji absent.
So let's make sure which we just voted for. So when Councilman Kaji comes, we're gonna go over.
The only thing that will be on the agenda is a discussion of 604.
Okay.
He won't be, he will not be able to comment on anything else.
Okay.
So if he has any concerns, it's too late, unless someone, actually, you know what? He could actually ask to reconsider it if someone wants to back him, because he was absent, so.
Right.
But someone would have to back his motion, then we'd have to add more meetings, which would make things very complicated. But since he was absent, he could ask for a reconsideration of the entire charter.
Would it be easier if this reconsideration is the whole thing then? If we're gonna give him a chance to speak on one item, wouldn't we want to give him a chance to speak on everything instead of doing a two-step?
Right.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think the others passed significantly. I think that it's because this is at a tie. He actually would be a deciding vote as far as, yes, so I think his influence and impact would be great, and the others, you already have a significant majority.
Yeah, I understand that. It was just like, you know, he may find something we missed. That's all I was getting at, but I understand. But I could go with how you guys want to vote on this. But you want to just do the compensation discussion? Okay. Was that the motion? Yeah. All right. Okay, I think that passed, right?
It passed.
Okay. All right. Does anybody need a break, or do you guys want to press?
Yeah, let's take a break.
Okay. I would say, it's hard to say a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break. We'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, we have returned from our break. City Attorney, you have a comment to make?
Just briefly, Your Honor, and I hate to do this, but the city clerk pointed out to me that we didn't actually make a motion to adopt the resolution, so she didn't read the number and title. So that'd be the resolution calling the special municipal election to put a ballot measure on, as well as the resolution to consolidate with the county. And so we could do those, then obviously whatever action the council takes, we would just sub out what the attachment is to that resolution. And then finally, with all the back and forth on the section 604 and reconsideration, we didn't discuss if the council wanted to pick a series of letters for this measure. So if the council would like to reconsider those two matters, the rezos and the letter for the measure, they could do that right now.
Do we need a motion to reopen this discussion? Or
Yeah, it'd be a motion to reconsider just those two items, the rezos and the letter for the measure.
Take a motion to reconsider to discuss, reconsider the item to discuss those two items, the resolution and the measure letter.
So moved.
I think we have to do two resolutions and then another one, right?
Okay, that's
Yeah,
reopened.
we need to reopen first.
Just so we're clear on what we're reopening, it's the two resolutions
For
and then
two
the
resolutions
letter.
and the letters for the measure.
Right.
Second.
I think the city clerk's trying to figure out who did the motion.
I made the
who's got the
motion.
second.
I heard Mr. Gerson make the motion.
I second.
You were second.
Okay.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried.
All right, so first, maybe the first thing I'll ask is, does any member of the council have a recommendation on what the measure letter we'd like to put on the charter member? Something like either Measure A or Measure TC for Torrance City or Measure Z, because the letter that we pick, we may not get, so we need three.
Correct.
I make a motion to do letter C first, TC second, and CC for city charter last, just a recommendation.
Repeat, please. Repeat, please.
Councilmember Lewis made a motion for the letters choices to be C for the first choice, TC for the second choice, and CC for the third choice.
Does that mean anything?
The charter,
City charter.
for the C is just charter, so the charter measure, TC is Torrance charter, and CC is city charter.
I'm going to say change CC to GG. CC sounds like a name. GG for good government.
Okay, so we have another option. We have 4 options on the table. Anyone else? Sometimes it takes a little time to come up with a letter.
And I do have a question. This doesn't intertwine with any other measure that we have, right? Or is that part of it?
As far as I can remember, we haven't used these letters in, as far as I can remember. I'd have to go back to the history of Torrance elections on measures, but I don't recall seeing these.
I just want to make sure we don't decide on one measure number and it's actually, we're still doing the impact of another measure from several years ago. Okay.
Okay, any other options? Maybe the next question is, Councilman Kalani, when you suggested Measure GG, do you also have a recommendation of the priority, which one's first, second, and third? Am I doing that right, City Attorney?
Yeah, because you only
Yeah.
pick the letter, but
You
also
you gotta go
letter
down one at a
order
time.
preference, yeah.
Right.
You can remove GG because that's someone else's name too, down at the end of the table.
Okay, so we're back to, priority 1 would be Measure C Priority 2 would be Measure TC, and Priority 3 would be Measure CC. That's what I heard so far. If there's no other recommendation, I think that would be our request.
So Councilmember Lewis had already stated she was making a motion, so we would just need a second
Second.
if you all agree with that.
There you
Okay.
go.
So was that Councilmember Kalani seconding it?
Sure.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
And now I'm going to ask the city clerk, when we have number and title, please, for the resolutions.
I just want to confirm with the city attorney, these would be adopted as amended? Just,
Yes, we were going to be subbing out the attachment for the charter. So it would be as amended, and then if they amend again on the 16th, we change that attachment again.
Your Honor, the first is resolution number 2024-47, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ordering, calling, and providing for and giving notice of a special election to be held in the City of Torrance on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, for the purpose of submitting a proposed charter amendment relating to amendments to the city charter to a vote of the qualified electors of the city, directing the city attorney to prepare a impartial analysis of the charter amendment, which that would be changed to city clerk.
It's in the body.
Okay.
Because yeah, but we should, why don't we just change it right there too?
Okay. And providing for the filing of primary and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments regarding a proposed charter amendment to be submitted at the election as amended. And resolution number 2024-48, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to consolidate a special municipal election to be held on November 5th, 2024, with the general election to be held on the date pursuant to Government Code Section 10403 of the Elections Code as amended.
Motion to adopt resolutions 2024-47 and 2024-48.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Going on to item 9A from the Transit Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. Item 9A is requesting your honorable body's approval of a contract service agreement with Nationwide Guard Services of Rancho Cucamonga, California, to provide unarmed guard service for the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center and for Torrance Transit's fixed bus route system. Earlier this spring, staff conducted a request for proposals in which 18 vendors responded. I think that's a record, actually, for total responses. An evaluation panel found Nationwide Guard Services to be the highest scoring proposer in response to the RFP. Therefore, attachment A of the item before you is a 3-year contract service agreement for an amount not to exceed $1,708,640.85, or approximately $570,000 a year per year for the 3-year period, terming out on June 30th, 2027. Nationwide Guard Service has extensive experience providing coverage for facilities like the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center, and we have worked with them in the past under other projects. Therefore, staff is requesting your approval of the contract, and we are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please go to the mic. You have 1 minute.
This is Andy Porchop, and you know I like public transportation, and I was with you there celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the new transit center, and guess what? Maybe you did not notice it, but I did. That was like 6 passengers over an hour, what I could count, 6 passengers. So that's a nice accomplishment, you know, have a $25 million facility. And I don't know what are those security guards gonna do there. But when I was filming it, I was there like 4 or 5 times filming, they called the cops on me. They were following me like some kind of a criminal. You know what I mean? So we don't need this. Only when I visit, only me there, at 2, 3 couple of 4, 5 maybe workers from the city keeping up the facility. And by the way, the nice mess you made with those confettis. That poor lady had to sweep it up. Nice mess you made.
Your time is up, sir. Okay, I don't see anyone else from the public wish to speak. I'll go to the council. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation and keeping us up to date. I have a couple of questions. How many security guards are employed or have the security services due to this funds?
On paper, sir, there's 8. There's 5 that will provide coverage for the fixed bus routes, which runs from Redondo Beach to Long Beach and South Torrance to downtown Los Angeles. And then there are 3 assigned to the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center. For fixed route, it's a 20-hour operation. And for the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center, it's a 24-hour operation. So on paper, it's 8 people, but in actuality, it's closer to 12 physical bodies shifting in and out throughout the course of a week.
Thank you for that. Also, I'd like to understand what was the amount for last year for this? As I requested in the past, I would appreciate if you could please provide prior funding that we used for the similar sources. So I would appreciate in the future if we could please provide that as well. That will be a little bit helpful for the community and ourselves to see how much that has increased or things like that.
Yes, sir. The prior contract with our previous vendor was $530,000 a year approximately, and the current vendor is just a hair under $570,000. One of the possible changes and the increases because of the minimum wage requirements for LA County for this particular job description, which went up actually yesterday. So we believe that accounted for the slight difference in the pricing.
All right, thank you for that information. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other members of the council have comments or questions on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the transit director.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Item 9B from the city attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, this is a recommendation of the city attorney that city council approve a second amendment to the fee agreement with the law firm of Lieber, Cassie and Whitmore in the amount of $216,000 for a new not to exceed amount of $466,000 to provide existing legal services in the matter of Blake Williams versus Torrance.
Thank you. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any questions from the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the city attorney.
Motion.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Item 9C from the transit director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable members of the Torrance City Council. David Mott, Transit Department. Item 9C is requesting your honorable body's approval of the Express Lane Netto Reinvestment Grant Funding Agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, also known as LA Metro, for our Torrance Transit Line 4X. On March 2022, 2016, the Torrance City Council approved Transit Department's recommendation for expanding the Line X service, which runs from South Torrance to downtown Los Angeles. As a participant in this regional program, Torrance Transit is eligible to seek reimbursement for this service when funding is available. Attachment A of the item is for a new funding agreement with LA Metro, which provides funding in the amount of $805,000 annually for fiscal year 2022 through 2025, for a total amount of $3,220,000. These funds will allow transit to continue operations of this service, as well as enhancing it in the near future, such as piloting a temporary service to Dodger Stadium. Staff is available for any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any members of council who wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of this transit director.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Item 9D, transit, from the transit director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Member of the City Council. David Mock, Transit Department. Item 90 is requesting your honorable approval for the Express Lane Net Toll Revenue Reinvestment Grant Funding Agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Planning Transportation Authority, also known as LA Metro, for Torrance Transit Line 1 and Line 6. On August 7, 2023, transit staff applied for Metro Express Lane Net Toll Revenue Reinvestment Grant to expand and enhance service on Torrance Transit Line 1 and 6. The LA Metro Board of Directors approved the grant funding request back on October 26, 2023. Line 1 will be enhanced from 60 minutes frequency up to 20-minute frequency. Line 6 will have service all day on weekday and weekends with up to 30-minute frequency. Line 6 will provide a direct one-seat bus ride to Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson for entertainment events such as the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup in Los Angeles. The funding agreements are for $3,666,435 for Line 1 and $3,693,874 for Line 6 to cover for the service for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. These requested funds will be utilized for operating costs of providing the service enhancement to both routes. Staff is available for question.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, I missed the half of the presentation, but I think it's about the government funds and loans for our transportation system. A long time ago, I planning a trip to go to downtown with that double X or 4X or whatever bus, go from Pacific Coast Highway to downtown. And I did not get to the point when I want to be stabbed, robbed, or beaten up, so I postponed my trip, but it's very good we have a trip from here to downtown, and if I take it, maybe I don't come back, or I have to have an Uber, or I got beat up, or I got mugged, because, it's a very good destination to call downtown LA, and I recommend any one of you. Any one of you go get on this bus, go downtown LA, and see if you get back from there. And then if you have a time, have a good time with all the homeless and everything on the road there. So otherwise, go.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? Not, any member of the council have questions or comments? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Mock. I had a couple of questions. Would you please help me understand, because this is very important for me when I was having discussion with Director Turner, how did we secure these funds? Did we have to hire a lobbyist, or what's the process, if you could please?
Thank you, Councilmember Shea. These funds are part of Metro's competitive grant that's open to jurisdictions, agencies, cities that have services, transit services or projects that are within the 3-mile radius of the I-110 freeway or the I-10 freeway. So that would include cities like Gardena, which have services running in the express lane itself on the 110, similar to Torrance Transit, and also Torrance Transit itself has the 4X and the Line 1 and Line 6, which are located within those 3-mile corridors. So staff saw this as an opportunity to apply and enhance services with future demands coming from Dignity Health Sports Park and connectivity within the region by connecting people to the Harbor Gateway Transit Center.
Well, and I want to thank you for your dedication and your hard work to secure these funds. It's a lot of funding, and that will trickle down hopefully to increase the frequency that you said earlier and provide better services to our community. One of the questions that I asked, how to make it more reliable, that people can rely on these services and go to their destination on time. And with this new funding that you were able to secure, and Torrance Transit team were able to secure, that will help those services to be more reliable. Is that correct?
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, absolutely. Those two services, Line 1 and Line 6, are currently running at 60 minutes to 85 minutes, which are not as frequent. So with the increase in frequency down to 30 minutes and for Line 1 up to every 20 minutes, people can rely on it because it comes much more frequent. In addition to that, staff has been improving service reliability and on-time performance throughout the system by working with our bus drivers, finding out where the key pain points are along some of these routes and adding time so that they can drive safe, have a safe speed, and also improve their arrival to all the bus stops, make sure that our customers can rely on those arrival times.
Thank you. And for the record, I did ride on bus. I think Line 3 is the one that I used. And I think Line 3 is the heaviest, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. Line 3 carries 40 to
So for morning
50% of our
commuters.
system ridership. That's correct.
Yes. The route for Line 3 is from Torrance to Long Beach. Is that correct?
Redondo Beach and serving the Del Amo More and all the way to downtown Long Beach.
Okay, thank you. For going back to my earlier question, so this is basically Metro is reinvesting these funds into the region, and you were able to secure $3.6 million. And what are the plans for your team to do with these funds?
So this funding will be used for operating of the service enhancement. With your honorable body's approval, staff will be beginning the planning process along with public outreach to gather feedback on the routes and how we can improve that. Because this is a major increase to the service on Line 1 and Line 6, it does require staff to go out and engage with the public and find out more about their needs and how they want to travel, and then therefore we can finalize a plan and come back to your honorable body for approval.
And I know that you mentioned the same thing earlier, but I just wanted to reiterate so people understand this is huge success that will increase the frequency for our commuters, especially Line 3. Hopefully we can make it more reliable for the community. And again, I want to thank you for our Torrance Transit team for securing funds on its own rather than going through a different source. Thank you, Mayor.
Just want to make one clarification. This item only applies for Line 1 and Line 6, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. I know there's references to Line 3, but just, okay. All right, any other members of the council who has questions or comments? If not, I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the Transit Director.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
We're now moving on to item 10, public hearings. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing on the substantial amendment to the 5-year consolidated plan covering the period beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2028, and an annual action plan covering the period July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025. Approve and authorize submission of substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2023 to 27 consolidated plan and fiscal year 2024-25 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and authorize the city manager to execute all appropriate and necessary documents to receive funding and implement approved uses. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation. Afterwards, the public comment period will begin with each speaker having up to 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, staff will respond to any questions the City Council may have, after which the Council will close the public hearing and take action on this matter. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Julia Smith from the Community Development Department. The item for our honorable body is a public hearing on the substantial amendment to the city's 5-year consolidated plan covering the period July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2028, and annual action plan covering the period July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. The city's been notified by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD, that Torrance will be receiving $1,002,313 in CDBG funds and $440,017.33 in home funds for fiscal year 24-25. Since 2011, the Los Angeles County Development Authority has administered the city's CDBG allocation. The substantial amendment is necessary for the city to begin administering the allocation directly from HUD beginning in fiscal year 24-25. Of the CDBG funds, 20% or $200,462 can be used for administrative expenses, with the remaining $801,851 for eligible activities. A portion of the administrative funding must be used to develop a fair housing program. Of the home funds, 15% or $66,003 must be allocated to a community housing development organization, and 10% or $44,001 can be used for administrative activities. Of the remaining 75% or $330,013 can be used for exclusively to create affordable housing for low and moderate income households. On October 24, 2023, the City Council conducted a public hearing to receive input on the development of the substantial amendment and action plan. Additionally, the draft plans have been published for public review and comment for 30 days. No comments have been received. It's staff's recommendation to allocate $15,000 in CDBG funding to a contract with the Housing Rights Center for the required fair housing program. Staff also recommends allocating $801,851 in CDBG project funding to continue the Public Works Sidewalks Repair Project. The city identifies areas where the sidewalk is either damaged or displaced and uses the funding to address the accessibility issues for senior citizens and disabled persons. In fiscal year 24-25, the sidewalk repairs are planned for the neighborhood bounded by Anza Avenue, Lomita Boulevard, Hawthorne Boulevard, and PCH. It's staff's recommendation to allocate the $330,013 in home funding towards an affordable housing project. This funding can be combined with other funding, including fiscal year 23-24 home funding for the creation of a future affordable housing project. No such project has been identified as of yet. This project could include affordable housing development, rehabilitation, acquisition, and would be brought back to the City Council once such a project has been defined. At this time, it would be appropriate for the City Council to open the public hearing and take public testimony. Upon completion of the hearing, staff would ask that Council approve the funding recommendations, authorize the submittal of the plans to HUD, and authorize the City Manager to execute all appropriate and necessary documents to receive funding and implement approved uses. This concludes staff's presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will now take public comment on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, has anyone submitted speaker cards for this item?
No one signed up prior to the start of the meeting, Your Honor.
If there's any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please step up to the microphone.
I just have a speech because otherwise you guys would think that nobody gives a hoot. All my search for housing, I was always looking for affordable housing, and I never find one. And you guys always have these millions of dollars and trico, and there is no affordable housing. You know what I mean? I would like to buy one. But on the other hand, that's a very good thing. You can use the money for sidewalk repairs, because when I'm gonna lose my house, I can set up a tent on the sidewalk. And you know, that's very good when the sidewalk is smooth, smooth sidewalk, and then you put down your tent, and when you wake up in the morning, you don't have, you know, backache and this and that, you know. So I don't know what is all this money go to or go for, because I don't see any affordable housing, you know. I'm getting offers for my house, believe it or not. You all know where I live. You all looked at it. You all see it. $1 million cash. Can you believe it? Do you think that's affordable? Do you think that's an affordable housing? And my house is the cheapest on the block. My house is the cheapest on the block. So you're spending this money for what? For nothing. Accomplish nothing. Absolutely nothing. Burning the money. Because show me, where is the affordable housing in Torrance? Where is it? Where is the affordable housing? Year after year, the money goes, and no affordable housing in Torrance. Absolutely not. Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? One of the most expensive area in the South Bay. And you're talking about affordable housing? There is nothing affordable in Torrance. Nothing. Nothing is cheap. And if you
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? All right. Any questions or comments from any members of the council? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a question regarding our sidewalk repair project. What I see here, about $800,000 will be allocated on this project. So my question is, what's the plan? Where are we going to spend that money? I know that we have about 65 curved ramps that we have identified. Help me understand that 800 will be, or are we going to build any new sidewalk in the city, or?
Thank you for your question, Councilman. Public Works Director Craig will be answering that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Craig Bilazarian, Public Works Director. So really, we're a partner on this item. And on the last page, there's a map that's included that shows the area that we will be constructing improvements in. A portion of those improvements will be paid with CDBG funding identified in this particular item, which I think is about $801,000. So within that, there's curb ramps, there's sidewalk, there's curb and gutter, there's the removal of trees, but CDBG funding is strictly used only for the sidewalk removal and replacement. So it's existing sidewalk that's damaged or displaced, then replaced, damaged curb gutter and sidewalk, and curb ramps.
And 800,000 funding, this is for this year, or this is a carry forward from last year?
Councilman, that is one fiscal year of funding that's newly allocated for fiscal year 24-25.
And how much did we get for last year? Do we have that?
A little over $830,000 was fiscal year 23-24.
And were we able to spend all that money for sidewalk repairs?
Yes, we spend it every year. If there's any left over, it goes back into the pot to be used for a future year.
For the future year.
And it's part of the overall funding of a project that has a larger budget, so to speak. So last year's project, which is completed, was a little over $1 million of repairs.
I think we have an pending oral that we're still going to look into. How much is that going to, do we know where we are with the sidewalk?
Correct. The actual oral was made about 2 or 3 months ago, and the direction of the council was to identify where there's missing sidewalks in the city, which there are areas of that, because when these areas were originally developed, the developers chose not to spend the money to install the sidewalks. And they're in areas where some of the residents actually like having no sidewalks because it's considered a rural appeal. There's some Walteria areas, Hollywood Riviera, things of that nature. And unless the property is redeveloped, then the sidewalks are not necessarily installed by the private property owners that are adjacent to these frontages. So with the response, we were asked to consider whether installing the missing sidewalk would be a benefit or not. And so we have to come back to the council to indicate whether there is a benefit or not. And very preliminarily, you can imagine if you spend money to install a sidewalk where it does not exist today, you cannot use that money to fix something that's broken now. So our report will cover those things.
Okay. Thank you for extra help, extra clarification.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mayor.
Anyone else from the council who has comments or questions on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
There's no resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe for this item, it's a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Development Director.
Okay. I'll take a motion to concur with the Community Development Director.
I make a motion to concur with Community Development Director.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
That's what happens when I take 2 pages at a time. All right, now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 10B. Conduct a public hearing and adopt resolutions authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste, sewer discharge, and water usage fees as a special assessment. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joe Pham with the Finance Department. Item 10B is a recommendation of the Finance Director that your honorable body conduct a public hearing and adopt resolutions authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to place delinquent solid waste collection, sewer discharge, and water usage fees as a special assessment on the county assessor's roll. Throughout the year, the city has a routine collection process of sending notices and charging late fees on outstanding utility accounts. And beginning in 2011, the city enhanced this program by adopting Ordinance 3745, which allowed the city to place solid waste account balances greater than 60 days on the county tax rolls to be collected with property tax payments. In June 2013, the program was further expanded by adopting Ordinance 3764 to include the delinquent sewer charges, and in October 2022, the program was further expanded to include water usage fees by the adoption of Ordinance 3906. This method of collection has proven to be very effective for the city at recapturing revenue. Since fiscal year 2020, the city has recovered approximately $524,649, or 95% of overdue balances through this program. Before tonight's public hearing, the individual property owners were notified by letter, which includes the details on the balance owed, and the public hearing to take place, along with the public notice in the Daily Breeze on June 22nd. Residents have until Wednesday, September 4th, to pay the outstanding balance and can call Manol, the city's utility billing vendor, at 855-354-5623 to make payment over the phone. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci, comment to make? Oh, question. Actually, did you want us to ask the public first and come back? Okay. Okay. At this moment, we'll take public comments on this hearing. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
No one signed up prior to the start of the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item, please come up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to discuss this item
10B. My understanding of it is that as a property owner, if you're a rental property owner, that if they do not pay their bill and they become delinquent, then that delinquent bill goes to the property owner. So that just doesn't seem right at all. If you're going to go after somebody, you should go after the people that, I mean, it sets a bad precedent. The property owners are taxed well enough as it is with assessments and everything, and things are getting harder out here, and it just doesn't seem right. I think it sets a bad precedent. If I'm misunderstanding something, then that's, just please let me know. But that is my understanding, and I just don't feel that it's right. And I feel like I'm here to represent the city of Torrance. We are autonomous within ourselves, and we don't have to submit to pressure from the LA County. That's what makes us autonomous. And so appreciate your understanding in this and your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item?
I would just like to, Andy Porchop. I just would like to agree with this gentleman. He has a very good point, you know what I mean? But his problem could be solved, the renters have to pay the utilities. But in my opinion, the city has to collect money, and then, if people don't pay, how are you going to collect them? Just like the city treasurer, you blame the city treasurer, not to go to people's house and collect unpaid parking tickets. So this is, this way the city manager doesn't have to go and knock on people's houses and ask for the water bill to be paid. So this is a good way to collect the fees. That's a good way. But on the other hand, I'm not very rich guy, but I never missed a water bill, a sewer bill, or whatever. So if somebody cannot pay for their water or sewer or whatever, that's not a big amount, they are in serious trouble. Maybe old guy, maybe he's in a hospital, maybe they moved him to the hospice, or they just forget about the bills, So before you put anybody in this tax collection or tax assessment, whatever, maybe you should have a bigger grace period, or find out why the dude or dudette doesn't pay the fees. You know what I mean? Because we are at that point, me and my wife, any times, we can have a stroke, we can have a whatever, and the house just could be there, and somebody forgets to pay the bills, and then you have bigger problems. So I think that's a good way to collect money, but it should be a longer grace period. If the city makes so much money, this wouldn't be a problem. My bill is like $150 a month, so I don't know what is the big deal, just.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? All right, we'll take it up to the City Council. Councilman Matucci?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The gentleman actually took the question I was going to ask. The assumption is that the bill is connected to the property owner based on the fact that maybe it's an owner-occupied property. One thing that I didn't even take into consideration that some of these properties are going to be rented. So let's say a single-family residence is rented to a tenant. It's very likely that the tenant is going to be directly billed for water, trash, gas, and power. That's usually how contracts are made for single-tenant properties. If that tenant falls behind, let's say in some of these cases, I see some of these bills upwards of $3,500. I mean, that's obviously multiple months that they've fallen behind. One is the concern that the resident brought up, true, that if it's a tenant, will ultimately the landlord be stuck with the bill? That's one. And the second question I would ask is, why aren't these services cut off after a certain amount of months?
Yes, council member. So to answer your first question, the property owner is ultimately responsible for the bill. And in terms of the water shutoffs, I would have to defer to our Public Works group to answer that question. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you, Councilman. Craig Bilazarian, Public Works. So we do have a process that we actually notify customers who are not paying their water bill. It's in accordance with state law. There's multiple notices put on the door to indicate you have a delinquent past due balance. And then if they don't pay the balance after a certain amount of time, the city can legally shut off the water service to the residents or to the property. If there's an active water service at the property, we must provide trash service there as well. You cannot collect the bins if you have active water service. The sewer use is tied to the water use, so that those charges would continue based on the amount of water usage. To put it very simply, we're in the business of providing a service to the community, and we have to get paid for that service in order to keep the rates low. With a 94% recovery rate with the method we're doing now, that's probably the cheapest, most effective way that the city can do to recover fees. And we're not in the business of questioning whether a property owner is living there, is renting the property, whether they include utilities in their lease or not. And that would be very time consuming, and it would be very difficult for us to manage. And I think knowing that if the delinquent charge is going to go on a tax roll, maybe a property owner could maybe figure out a better way to make sure the tenants are paying their bill, or at least be aware that they could be responsible to cover it. So.
Okay, no, I fully understand the sentiment and the idea that we do need to collect, because it wouldn't be fair to everybody else that is paying. But I used to own a property up in Big Bear, and the tenant, turns out, never paid their bills, nothing, including rent. So I lost because it was during COVID, I lost about 2.5 years worth of rent. They somehow managed to keep the attorney, our attorney, out of court. But my point is, at the end of the day, the bill that he owed, not me. They went after him for, they sent me notices saying, hey, look, there's water bill. And I said, well, is the water in my name? And they said, no, it's in the tenant's name. Well, then why am I responsible for that? So the person using the water or the trash, ultimately, I think, in my opinion, should be the one that we either go after or cut off. And I understand our position that we do need to collect one way or the other. I just don't think it's fair that a landlord has to be stuck with a tenant's utility bill under any circumstance, especially if we're not cutting off, if we're not stopping the bleeding, let's say that, if we're not stopping the bleeding, then we're allowing somebody to use our product, our water and trash and sewer, basically for free, because obviously if the tenant's not paying for it, and if the tenant knows that ultimately the landlord has to pay, why pay your bills? Especially if you're in a bad relationship, or you're on your way out and you're behind on rent, just don't pay anything. And, we need to keep the tenant accountable or I'll call it the account holder accountable, in my opinion, and again, I see some of these bills, upwards of $3,500, but there's one, sewer discharge, $3,500. It looks like a residential address. How can it get to $3,500? I mean, at some point in time, we have to, and like you said, if maybe they're paying the water bill, so we have to continue.
Correct. So the sewer charge is tied to the water use, but in town we also have, or in the city, we also have a section of the city that is Cal Water customers. So based on their water usage, they're paying a separate bill to Cal Water, and then that usage is conveyed to us so we can bill the sewer charge and the trash fee. So there's an amount of time where there may not be paying their bill, and it can add up over several months. And again, if we have to increase the amount of effort to collect these funds, it's going to affect rates. I think the most important fact of the matter is, when we started this years ago, it was a council-approved process to put the refuse collection or recovery on the tax roll. And then because of the success of that, we said, let's add the sewer and let's add the water collection as well. And you can see the number of accounts increases from a smaller number to a higher number. There's some delinquencies there, but I think that's just related to some people may have had trouble with collecting, or some people may not be paying appropriately. Maybe there's more rentals in town. But it'd be very difficult for us to deal with a tenant perspective and a property owner perspective. And maybe we should do some education to folks that are considering renting their properties to include the utilities in the rent so that the property owner is actually paying the utilities directly, and they would have more knowledge if something is delinquent or not. They would be getting the bill. And I think the recovery options for a landlord in court, or from a legal perspective, may be a little bit easier for them to recover versus us if we were to change. But if there's a desire to change how we're collecting at this efficacy rate, we can come back with options if the council wishes to do that.
Okay. I'm just looking at it from a fairness aspect, you know, like if we put any bill connected to your property tax, there's a good chance that bill's gonna be paid. Nobody wants to lose their property over a bill. And I think that's why, you know, I'll call it leverage. You know, it's very, very strong leverage that you're connecting to the property taxes, because I believe, 5 years of non-payment, it goes to auction. You lose your property, even if you're mortgage-free. So, yeah, so there's definitely some leverage there, but I think we're, you know, and it's my fault too, because, you know, one just assumes that we're going after account holders that are also landlords, but I don't think that list reflects all account holder landlords. I mean, a lot of these account holders might actually be tenants, and I think at that point, we might, I don't know, in my opinion, we might have to revisit. As much as I like for us to collect on everything, but there's some stuff that I think we need to try to keep it fair, in the sense that we go after the account holder. I don't know if we're allowed to, by law, have a bigger deposit for people that are constantly late or something, but the bottom line is I'm not comfortable with going after landlords for tenants' unpaid bills, especially if we keep those bills accumulating. If we just cut them off after 2 months, then that amount would be a much less. But if we have limitations because of state laws, then it just seems like the whole system, the whole system seems to be that it needs to be revised.
If I could add a couple of things, Councilman. During COVID, we were actually legally prevented from turning water services off. So ultimately, the state did provide money to assist those, and that money was actually paid directly to the city for those delinquent accounts for a short period. So that was a good thing for recovery. If we're going to look at changing the policy, then we would probably need to look at the legality of whether you could actually spend ratepayer funds for those that are paying their bill to actually use that money, which is directly for a service, to spend to collect money. And some of the balances may be less than $100. And so if you put $100 on someone's property tax bill, there's a 94% chance we're going to get paid by the county with very little effort, other than giving them 30 days or so, or 90 days to pay that bill, and avoid going on the property tax bill. And that gives the time for the landlord or the property owner to correct that with their tenant. And in some cases, they are doing that. But if we're going to study this as a potential change, then we may have to subsidize with non-ratepayer funds to collect money that we're collecting now with very little effort.
I get it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I just had a question for people's knowledge. What are the ways that people can pay? Because I know that with direct debit from the bank account, delinquent payments significantly go down.
So, yeah, so people can open up an account, pay online. They can also pay over the phone. And I believe there's also a mail, like an address to mail in the checks.
Okay, so I think if there was a small minimal effort to get people set up on direct debit, this list would go down significantly, I believe. Just a comment.
Councilwoman, in addition to what Mr. Pham said, customers also have the option to select auto pay. So these transactions are done automatically. So all of the ways that people can pay with modern technology already exist. Some people would like a manual method, and then if a tenant and a landlord are not really connected on how to do that, maybe there should be a lease requirement that a tenant has to establish a service and commit to an auto pay or something as part of the lease term as well. But every way that you can pay is there, including the corrective way to collect the money when it's not paid.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
and then one last thing to add, people can come to our cash sharing center and we can handle the payments there as well.
Councilman Shea?
Thank you, Mayor. Are you saying the delinquent customer, his credit scores are not being affected because he didn't pay for 2, 3, 4 months?
I don't think we do any.
I don't, Councilman Craig Bilazarian, I don't think Mr. Pham implied that at all. I'm not aware of a requirement where Manol is actually reporting to a credit bureau about a delinquent payment. That might actually be a service that we could look into. It would cost extra to do that because they are a service we pay for as well. But it's an option we can look at. But we're just mostly concerned with collecting revenue for a service we've provided. We're not really in the business of harming a credit score if that is indeed a result or a potential result.
I agree 100%, but I think my point is that if we, okay, let me just back up. At what point do we let the landlord know that the property is in delinquent?
Our process is to notify the account holder that they have a delinquent balance, which is past 30 days. Then there's multiple notices that go after that first one. Then there's a late charge put on the account, and there's tags put on the front door of the property that say if you don't pay by a certain amount of time or a certain date, your water meter or your water service to the property will be shut off. And then ultimately, if they correct that and the balance is paid, then the water service is not turned off. And then the clock would start again for the next delinquent amount of money.
But at what point does the landlord know? Let's see if I'm the renter. You're notifying me, but you're not letting the landlord know. He doesn't know, he or she.
We only have the information of the
For
account
the
holder.
account holder, right.
We don't have a dual landlord property owner. There could be multiple property owners.
Sure.
So it's really the arrangement of the property, which is why it's so much easier for us to just deal with a parcel that's related to the account, put it on the tax roll, give it, if there's no corrective measure.
Right,
That's
so let me just understand. So let's see, a renter is delinquent for a year, and landlord, all of a sudden, he's going to get a bill from the assessor, hey, this account was delinquent for a year, this amount for that amount of money. So that's a big shocker for that landlord as well, right?
Well, the Mr. Pham is saying the landlord is notified as part of the process. However, the initial notices that we send and notify at the property are 30 days, I think there's a 45-day and a 60-day, and we're complying with state law when it comes to the notification process. So at that point, within 60 to 90 days, they know they're going to be shut off, and they pay the bill so it's turned back on, so the service is turned back on, or preventing the service from being shut off. If there's still delinquents accounts that are getting close to the period we are now, June 30th, rather than turn off, we would just put the amount on the tax roll because we know we have a 94% plus recovery rate. So we don't have to turn someone's water service off. And in the worst case scenario, maybe it's 12 months, 13 months of a water bill that then goes on the property tax bill, and then it's paid.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a very successful rate, 94% we collect, but I think maybe some need to tweak that program. Probably look into that, how we can. I understand we're not in the business of that, but I think this is a little bit unfair to the landlords if they're not aware of what's going on, and all of a sudden you're going to get lien and stuff like that. Maybe
I mean, if the council would like us to explore other options and the impacts of those options, fiscal and time-wise, we can come back with something. I'll defer to Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Chaparian as to what the proper process tonight would be. But I think knowing that in the past we're doing 3 utility accounts successfully on recovering the money, I'd recommend that we maybe approve it tonight on a separate effort. For the next 12 months, we can look at options that the council could consider.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, but I think we are in the business of providing community the service, and we want to give them the best service that we can with the certain, way to make sure they understand on time what's going on with the property rather than giving them a big shock.
Understood. I think if you look at the number of accounts, it's about 1,700 that are on the 1,100. So 1,100 out of 29,500 accounts are the concern right now. So a significant majority of people are doing what they're supposed to do.
Agree.
So I'm hoping the community is happy with the way we're doing business now.
Mr. President, City Manager, and we haven't had an outcry from property owners, and it doesn't go to a year. And on the contrary, we also get requests from community members who have compelling reasons why we shouldn't be shutting down their water. And the staff goes at great lengths to provide the customer service in providing support. So we'll look for ways, if it's through our business license renewal, through any of our other engagement opportunities with landlords, to raise this issue for them for having awareness. And hopefully they can have that additional leverage on their leases with the
I mean, something
tenants.
that leaving more notice or something helpful to the landlord as well. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Mr. Pham has indicated to me since the notifications have gone out, about half the revenue or the outstanding debt has been collected from a dollar value perspective. So the process of notifying is working, and for those that may not take advantage of that opportunity, that's when it goes to the tax roll. So,
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Belazarian, for the in-depth detail reporting. I think staff has already done enough research on this issue. At that point, if it's not paid and it's delinquent, then that literally is between the landlord and the tenant to work out, and I think we should step out of that. We've been cautious as a council not to get into the landlord business, and that would be for them to work out. I think this process is pretty straightforward, considering all of the notifications that you get in advance before you get to this step. So as you were doing your presentation, I'm counting, you're getting about 3 or 4 different notices before it gets to this stage. Am I counting that correct? Maybe even more.
you're correct, Councilwoman, and that is related to the water service only. The sewer pipes are always going to work. There's no shut-off valve for that.
Well, I hope not. That would be
That would be a bigger
interesting-
problem.
That would be an interesting situation. But I think from a city's perspective, we are providing the service to whoever is contracted to receive said service. And then after that, after they get the delinquency, that would be between the landlord and the tenant. I agree that most of these are probably just oversights, but I think that we as a city have done enough to compel folks to do this. So I like the way that this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I got a quick question, just make sure in this context. We have 2 water suppliers, the Torrance Water and Cal Water. Does it map, for this item, is it only Torrance Water then?
These are possibly customers of Cal Water that get a separate bill from Cal Water for their water service. The usage of that water is then conveyed to Torrance, Manol, specifically our billing company, to calculate that into a sewer charge, which is consistent with the rates approved by council and is similarly charged to all residents of Torrance who are our water customers. And then related to that is the trash or refuse component of the bill. So Cal Water customers, the water bill is separate. If you are a Torrance resident that has our refuse service at a single-family home, and you are a Torrance Water customer, those are the accounts that we're addressing this evening.
Okay, yeah, maybe I didn't read this carefully. Somehow when I read this, I thought we are already collecting waste and sewer, and we're adding the water usage on. Did I not read this correctly?
Close, Your Honor. The original method of collecting in this manner, of putting it on the tax roll, was on the refuse side. Subsequently, we added the sewer recovery process, and then we added the water bill of recovery process. So all 3 utilities, the water, the sewer, and the refuse, are now using the same method to collect delinquent funds. The only caveat to that, or complication, is there is about a 22% section of the city, 22% of the customers have Cal Water as that's a separate water system with separate meters. That usage is metered by Cal Water, and that data is collected by them. Cal Water sends the bill to those customers. They transmit the usage of water of those customers to Torrance, and the way that we charge a sewer fee, it's based on a portion of your water usage. And
Yeah, I
that's,
think.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. I get where I'm Cal Water, that's why I know. My question is, if there's a Cal Water customer in the city of Torrance that doesn't pay and is delinquent, do we know how Cal Water collects?
My staff may know that if they've gotten into the weeds. I don't personally know how Cal Water collects their fees for delinquent accounts or what they charge. We can look into that info. But specifically for tonight,
Yeah.
I think we're trying to make sure all three of ours are consistent with what we've done because of the success rate that we've had in the past.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just thinking, here we're trying to be as fair as possible and not be a collector agency. I was just wondering if we actually knew what Cal Water does, because it's a similar issue, right? I would think. And do we actually know if a house gets rented out, that it's rented? I thought I heard earlier that we try to contact the
Public Works would not
landlord?
necessarily know. I don't know if Finance or Community Development would be provided data from a landlord.
Okay.
I can let the other departments respond, but Public Works does not necessarily know when a property owner rents out their property.
That's why I was thinking, if it's a homeowner that's renting a home out, we may not know, but if it's an apartment complex, then we would know?
In an apartment complex, usually what happens is there's one large meter, and then there's a plumbing system downstream that the users are not necessarily metered. So the owner of the property is paying them, it has the account in their name, and they're charging through some type of percentage of the rent what goes to their water bill. But it's not a separate meter for, let's say there's 100 units in an apartment building that we serve. There's not going to be 100 separate accounts. It'd be one meter, and all the water usage for that one larger meter would be what the owner of the property or the management
So
company
we don't
pays.
have that case, that type of situation in here then, from an apartment complex, I guess? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Our accounts are just based on a meter assigned to a property. There could be one meter or multiple meters to a property, and each meter is an account, or it's possible there's multiple meters on an account, depending on how the billing is set up.
I see. So would it be safe to say if there's an apartment complex of 100 apartment, and there's 1 meter, and then the apartment complex is delinquent then?
It would be the owner of the property who would not be paying the bill. In that case, it's possible that the tenants are paying their full amount of rent, and then the owner or the landlord is collecting all of that rent but not paying the portion of the utility bill.
Your Honor, it's not uncommon for large apartment complexes to include water and sometimes trash as part of the rent, because the electrical is metered to a specific unit, but it'll say water and trash included, but then they'll build that into their price. But we can find out what Cal Water's practices are, other utilities, and share that information with you.
Yeah, I think most of us are just trying to be as fair as possible, and I don't think any of us want to be a collecting agency, and I'm just trying to think about what path forward makes most sense. Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, it's obvious that we need to continue collecting. I think to keep it fair, and if at all possible, I'd like to see that maybe 90 days, once it reaches, like say, a 90-day delinquency, to where we actually go the extra step and actually notify the landlord on file. We only have to, do the research technically once. I guess it could change ownership, but the likeliness of changing ownership. Anyways, going back to the point, once the bill reaches 90-day delinquency, I think it would be only fair that we send out a letter to the owner on title,
which is public record. I mean, we should be able to get that information relatively easy. And, go ahead,
Yeah, Councilman, we can look at that. I'm not sure that particular effort would have to be isolated to my water department, which currently is not receiving revenue from ratepayers to do that. I have to see if there's a component of our actual rate structure that would allow for that effort. We are in the process of preparing the new 5-year rate study, so to speak, as to determine whether the future 5 years will warrant a change to any of our water rates. We can include in that an option to provide the additional services that are mentioned here, and that way the council would have an opportunity at a future date before the end of the calendar year to put a la carte items, so to speak, as how we would develop the new water rates. And that means that we could address some of the concerns here this evening without necessarily holding up what we're trying to approve this evening.
Yeah, and really, I think the truth of the matter is, most people don't look at their property tax bill. They already know that it's, 1.25% of the property assessed value. If there's a line item that says delinquent water bill, there's a good chance, if they see it, it's a small enough amount that it's not even worth staying on hold for 2 hours to talk about it, or even write a letter. So if we didn't get much pushback from landlords, it's because the amounts are relatively small, which is fine. But again, it goes back to the fairness thing, and I think before we shock them with, a $900 bill or a $900 line item on their tax bill, it would be nice if they would have got a heads up, because at least they can try to collect from their tenant, or not renew the lease because they're behind on their bill. Just a way of notifying the landlord.
I think we have some additional info on that.
Yeah, as part of this process, the landlords were notified at the same time as the tenants. We get the information from the LA County assessor, and it has their mailing address. So it doesn't just go to the service address and the name of the landlord.
At what point does it go? Because my understanding is that the initial go directly to the account holder, which could very well be a tenant. At what point do we send a letter?
So during this process, once a year, the landlord will get that past due balance as of June.
Oh, but it goes directly, they'll get a letter saying that they're behind, and if you don't pay, or if your account holder doesn't pay, it will go on your tax record?
It'll notify them of this hearing, and then they have until September 4th to get that balance settled. So as of last Friday, about half that $195,000 we have in the item has gone down to about $109,000.
Because we notified the landowner.
Yes.
Because the landowner may not know that the tenant's not paying the bill then. I thought earlier we did not know if it was a rental or not, so we do know somehow?
I think he's saying we know who the property owner is. We don't know if there's a tenant there or not. We just know who the property owner is.
Okay. So maybe it doesn't matter. At some point, we notify, but we've been giving late notices a few times. Maybe that's where I didn't quite catch it then.
I believe Public Works gives the notice to the property by state law, and then Finance gives the notice to the landlord later, if I got that right.
That's correct. Yes. We have a shorter term state law compliant process to notify of an unpaid balance after 30 days. And then there's a subsequent process, and maybe 45, 60, and ultimately out to 90. So there's a definitive time frame when we can actually turn off the water service to the property. The majority of the time, the tenant, the landlord, the property owner have paid that balance such that the account is not, or the water meter is not turned off. These are accounts that have not been shut off, but are so close to the end of the fiscal year that it's easier, cost-effective to put it on the property tax bill, or give the opportunity to the tenant and the landlord or owner of the property to pay that past due balance before it's put on the tax roll, and that's the purpose of this hearing.
Maybe I got a question. We have not closed a public hearing yet, right? So I got a question. I think I finally clicked in. Because you're the water side, you actually inform the account holder. The account holder of that water bill is not necessarily the property owner who may live in a different
home in the city or a different county or a different state. At some point, the property owner gets a notice, but the property owner up till that time may not know that his or her tenant has not been paying the bill, and then we're kind of like leaning on, the property owner to say, hey, you need to act on this because otherwise you're going to get hit. I was going to just see if I could just ask. I'm assuming since only one person spoke, what do you think? What would you do if if I don't know if that applies to you. Let's say you have 3 tenants and none of them are paying their water bill, and I would think that you would agree they should pay for their water bill. So what would the city do in this case? Do you not want to know?
Of course, the new law is September 4th, I believe, gentlemen, right? That at that point is I believe other cities do the same thing, and this is new to Torrance. Is that correct? As far as going to the landlord, isn't that correct? That's what we're talking about now.
My understanding is it's not new to Torrance as far as at the process that we're at now with finance.
Yeah, I think what I was getting at is use the term it's going to the landlord. As far as at some point, the city of Torrance just go to the property owner, and the city of Torrance may not know if that's a landlord or not, or it's the homeowner that's late.
Right. Well, I would go directly to just like like they said, I would go directly to my renters and tell them that it's they have to pay their bill, of course, and that would depend if they stay into my property or not, right? Because if I'm going to get dinged with it, it just doesn't, just common sense that why would somebody else pay my bill? Or why should I have to pay somebody else's bill? That's the only thing. I understand everything about the collections and what the city has to do, and you're all very fair and appreciate this consideration, but I don't know. It's a tough choice, and whatever you guys decide, it's for the best of Torrance. But it just doesn't, and it's not even for me. I mean, I don't own that many properties, but people that do, that have big buildings in here, are going to get dinged a lot worse than me. So I feel like I'm kind of standing up for the residents of Torrance as well, right?
Yeah, I guess what I was saying is if a property owner of a big building, implication is multi-unit apartment, then what I thought I was hearing is the water usage is built into their rent.
Yeah, the city utilities is like the trash and the water and
so the case is I'm trying to narrow down where the cases are. The case might be more of the case where you have homes being rented out. So the property owner is not the account holder of that water bill. And then from the city's point of view, we don't know when, property owner X decides to rent the home to renter Y. We just know that renter Y is not paying.
Yeah.
And then we're giving warnings, and then at the end of the day, when they keep ignoring us, then we go to property owner X.
Yeah.
And it's like the big brother. I say, hey, what's happening?
I just discovered it on an accident, and then I went through the city and started asking questions, and then found out all this stuff. So I was in shock. Just found out, just like last week, and I go, that just doesn't seem right. And from what I'm hearing, and when I was reading, and I go, well, you know what? You got to pick your battles, and this is just kind of one of them. And like I said, you guys, I know you're going to do what's best for Torrance, our citizens, and you're our representatives. So I don't know what the proper answer is, but I just think that we have to consider, businesses that it's going to affect possibly renters and in a business, we have a very, positive business in Torrance, and it's important.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
gentlemen.
Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, thank you. I'm okay with us keeping the process, even though I may not fully agree with it. But I would like to explore sending out notices to the property owner sooner than later, one way or another. So whether it's once it hits 90 days delinquent, you know, to where we're not waiting 6 months, 7 months, 8 months to just give them a bill. Because it sounds to me that by the time it gets to the landlord, the property owner, that bill's already accumulated a few months. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, understood, Councilman. I think what you're asking is if we could build into this next rate case that we're looking to study, the option for the council to add in that the Public Works Department, in conjunction with Finance, not necessarily on the fiscal year effort we're doing now, but sooner in the process to include a landlord or a property owner in the process.
Correct.
So they're aware of it, and they have a chance to correct it with their tenant as well.
Exactly.
And we can build that into an option for the council to consider. And with that will be any additional costs that would be associated with that and whether that impacts the proposed rates. And the gentleman that spoke did bring up some very respectful and good information. I guess I would just close it with this. If the tenant ultimately doesn't pay and maybe even skips out on the landlord and it's determined not to be fair to the owner of the property, then the loser is the city. And the loser is or are all the ratepayers from the city of Torrance. And then that loss has to be included in the equation for what the future rates are going to be. And at some point it could go negative as an impact to the enterprise fund for which it relates to. Yeah. So those will be things that could be coming back to the council for consideration.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm okay with and me personally, I'm okay with keeping the process of attaching it to the property tax, even though I may not fully be on board with it, but I'm okay with it. But I would respectfully ask that we put an effort to notify the property owner ahead of time, not just at close of fiscal year.
Absolutely, Councilman. We can definitely bring that as part of the discussion for the upcoming rate case.
Yeah, because it would give them an opportunity to talk to their tenant and say, hey, what's going on? Do you need help? Whatever.
Correct.
Or they might be negotiating a rental lease extension. That might be some good talking points. Hey, you're 3 months behind on your utilities. What's going on? Ultimately, I'm going to have to pay. So I think knowledge is power, and I think letting the landlord know what the situation is with an account that ultimately they're going to have to pay for, I think it's only fair that we let them know ahead of time.
Understood. Thank you.
And just as a follow-up, these are property-based fees. That's why they get tied to the tax roll. Because when we bring back the studies that he's talking about, those protest votes, the way that's done, it goes to the property owners, not to the property, the renter. So that's the tie. That's how it gets back to the property tax.
Yeah, I understood. But anyways, that's what I feel that we should be doing. Yeah. Right,
absolutely. And to reiterate, for the record, we will be considering and bringing back a discussion point during the upcoming rate case to include that as an a la carte add-on for the council to consider with the associated added cost.
Okay.
Which means buyer beware, rates may be going up then.
I'm not saying rates are going to change, go down, go up.
Sure.
We're in the process, Your Honor, of studying that.
Right, but if we're putting more work into it, more resources into it, someone's got to pay for it.
There would be a component of the cost that would increase, but there could be a corresponding effort related to something else that's built into the rate that goes down or up. And that all of that data will be brought back to the council for consideration.
Yeah, he can't prejudge anything right now, but we have the North Torrance well field, so there could be some savings there.
Yeah. So all property owners, help us. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. Just on that point, don't we ask for late fee if somebody's delinquent? Why can't we put that into factor if it's going to, I don't want city to be burdened on this extra cost, but it should be transferred to the tenant or the landlord. That should be built in that.
Councilman, when there is a bill that's late, there is a late fee associated with that particular month.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that late fee is built into each individual account that's listed on the tax roll. I can let finance, I'm getting an affirmative on that.
Yeah.
So
I think I should be built into that so it doesn't burden on city's fund, should be transferred to the tenant or the landlord.
The late fee is there because the account was delinquent. and the late fee that's actually on the account could be multiple transactions due to multiple months. So that entire amount, according to finance, is included with the base amount that's due, and that's what's put on the tax roll if it's not cured prior to the notification process.
Okay, but you
Or the
understand
end
what
of
I'm
it.
saying, though. I mean, what I'm saying is that I don't want city to get burdened because we're doing extra work to notify the landlord. I'm just saying that we should build into the bill, so let them know, hey, these are the efforts the city has to do. That's why we're transferring these funds to you.
He was saying he'd build that into the study.
Councilor, we can study that portion as well, rather than include that as a ratepayer, if the option's available legally, to increase the fees, to recover the funds, to be able to provide this additional service.
That's all I'm asking.
I think what the Public Works Director is saying, when we do that rate fee, let's just say only 5% are the delinquents. The rate fee applies to the 100%.
Yes.
So 95% of the population who is on time
Abiding.
has to pitch in because the service we're providing to help capture the late payment for the 5%.
That's correct.
see what I'm
Your
saying?
Honor.
Correct, yes.
As part of the study, we've hired a professional consultant to help us, and they're aware of all the legality of this. If there is any component of the rate, let's say it costs $1 a month to provide water to you. To add this à la carte service, it may cost $1.05 to provide water to a typical single-family residence. That means that when council considers the rate approval, we'll have the base of $1, and we'll have the option to add that extra nickel to the monthly rate for use of water. And the council could say, I don't want to do that, so keep it at $1. Or you could say, charge $1.05. So we will be collecting revenue based on $1.05 per month. And for the people that don't pay their bill on time, and there's a delinquency process, then everybody who's paying into that fund, who's paying their bill on time, will essentially be paying for the effort that we're going to take to collect for 1,100 out of 29,500
So
accounts.
95% is getting penalized, kind of, yeah. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, if I understood Councilman Sheikh, I think what he's saying is that any added cost to recover the delinquency should be covered by the late fees or increases in late fees. Because if it costs us, let's say, an extra, whatever, we'll call it $1.50 per account to collect, that $1.50 should be added to their bill, right? Is that what you meant? Okay, so in other words, well, are we allowed to raise the late fees? And B, are we allowed to, well, obviously, no, we should be allowed to, anybody that's late, they get the late fee, and any additional cost should be calculated, any additional costs in collecting this money should be added to the late fee. So if you're late, you're paying into your collection, your own collection efforts, so that we don't have to necessarily calculate it across the board. I think that's what you
Councilman,
meant, right?
I think we can look into the legality of that. I think the bottom line is, we could still be putting forth an effort to collect, and if you'd have to wait till that effort is complete until you collect it, then you would only know what, at that point, once you've exhausted all of your effort, and if you're successful to collect it, then you know what the true cost of your effort is, and you can build 20 hours or 50 hours of what it took to collect it. Then you may issue that bill to the person and say, Mr. Tenant or Miss Tenant, I want you to pay that. They may not pay that. And so there's zero recovery there. The way that we have it now is we get 94.7%. But
I don't think we're arguing that point. I think we're still collecting it through the tax payers.
Correct. We're gonna.
But the additional cost of the efforts of contacting the landlord and such, that should be worked into the late fee.
Yeah, I
itself.
think, obviously, this is getting into like complicated legal analysis. So I think, which is way beyond me,
We're all
because I don't
attorneys
do
here.
rate studies, but we can have the consultant and the lawyer looking at this stuff, take a look at what they can and can't do. I think we've heard the council's direction. They'd like more notice and look at the late fees, but we'll look at what actually can be done under the law.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions by the council? I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Okay.
Next item here, I was going to say, how's the council wish to take action? Should I ask for a number? I'm going to ask for a number and title from the city clerk.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-49, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste collection fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes. The next is resolution number 2024-50, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent sewer discharge fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes. And the last one is resolution number 2024-51, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent water usage fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes.
I move to adopt resolutions number 2024-49, 2024-50, and 2024-51.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Shake?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I know that was a interesting one. There are no second ordinances. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the oral communications are limited to oral communications number 1, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to City Clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. Do we have any members who have not spoken on oral communications 1 who wish to speak now? Please come up to the microphone.
Hi, just wanted to say in advance, thank you for fireworks tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy them. It's one of my favorite holidays.
Thursday.
All right, Thursday. Sorry, my bad. Thursday. I'm tired. That last.
There may be some tomorrow, but it's not here.
Yeah. Anyway, and then I was just also wondering if it's possible around the parks area that if the park rangers and or police can patrol, because we get a lot of people lighting off the fireworks, and there's houses and there's animals and everything. So usually it started over this weekend. It's going to go on till the next weekend. So hopefully if they can pay attention more around the parks in the city, I'd appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Actually, I think that's it. All right, we'll come to the council. Councilman Gerson.
Wow, I feel like you did. First, I wanted to commend the mayor and council on, we just had a Taiwanese business conversion event, and I want to thank the mayor for putting it together. To see us bring in and court some businesses to come to Torrance, to see an MOU signed, and the mayor witness it, and to be engaged in talking to some other businesses and getting a really positive response about them coming here. That I am really hopeful that those trips will result in some actual economic development to the city of Torrance, and I was very happy to be a part of that, and look forward to more events like that. I also want to also say that I'm very excited to celebrate our Independence Day. I'm looking forward to the city's fireworks celebration, and hope to see the public out. When is, I know it was put out, or what were the hours that we, as council members, are going to be available for meet and greet?
7 p.m.
7 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And, yeah, eager to get into closed session to do some more business, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish everyone a safe and happy 4th of July and a wonderful evening. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July and to remind everyone that fireworks, all of them, are illegal in the city of Torrance. If you want to do fireworks, please come and enjoy the city-sanctioned wonderful fireworks event, please. Fireworks can be a menace to folks suffering from PTSD, to pets, and to babies. So please, fireworks are illegal, period, in Torrance. And I also want to wish a happy birthday to our Shant over there who's ignoring us. Happy birthday.
Councilman Matucci.
Celebrate safely. Happy 4th of July. Display your flag with pride. And, well, you should do that all the time, but especially on the 4th of July. So take care. Good night.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share with the community that we attended, along with you, on June 30th, the City of Lomida's 60th anniversary celebration kickoff event. They know how to throw a party. That was fun. And also had the opportunity to attend a ribbon cutting ceremony to welcome Madison Park Family Dentistry, a very modern dentistry with a lot of modern equipments, sophisticated equipments. Also had a chance to have a hot spot drive with the staff on multiple locations, and I appreciate the community for their engagement in identifying hotspot in the city. And finally, happy 4th of July, everyone. Be safe. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to thank Councilman Gersling on his comment. I just want to acknowledge our city staff, actually. You know, events like Select Torrance and all these other ones, every one of us are ambassadors for City of Torrance, and then our staff comes together and always do a top-notch work when we have domestic customers in and foreign customers in. So I just want to express my gratitude of everything that we all do together. And thank you for my colleagues here. I know that we're all busy doing our own things, and we just do our best to participate in as many activities that can make Torrance a vibrant city. As we concluded tonight's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. And today we're actually in the Toyota Meeting Hall, so those of you may know we look a little different than the usual, and the city staff has to do a lot of work to make this happen at a remote site while we're getting our city council's audiovisual equipment updated. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And I believe at this moment we're going to recess to closed session.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Earlier, or yesterday, I guess, during closed session, the city council, by a vote of 7-0, upheld, sorry, 6-0, sorry. It's late. 6-0 upheld the termination of a police officer.
Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city, is my mic working? I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, July 16th, 2024 at 5 p.m. for closed session and open session at 6:30 p.m. in the West Annex Commission Meeting Room. Tuesday, July 9th is a council dark night.
Actually, council member, it'll be back in this room since
Oh,
we
we will
have
be back
open
here.
session.
Right.
All right.
And then we'll do the same arrangement with the
Crossing
Nakano
out
theater.
West Annex and instead Toyota Meeting Hall.
Yes.
Great.
Second,
Same setup as tonight.
second. I did. Thank you.
I was busy adjusting the adjournment. Councilmember Gerson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis? Yes. Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember State?
No.
Mayor Chen?
Yes. All right. Good night and morning. Thank you. It's 12:47.